Welcome back to the 4th day of Boatshonor. Changed up a little thing on stream. I do have a little chat box on screen over in the bottom left corner now that hopefully is going to work this morning. We'll see how it goes. Realized for most other things I have a chat box, and for some reason I haven't had one for Dwarf. For no good reason. It feels right. Feels like the right thing to do. So when we last left our intrepid adventurers, we had recently just built the library. We had started expanding our military, really getting the steelsmithing online. Very, very nice. We had began carving out maybe not the final hab block, but like a major hab block down here of, I believe, 50 houses. Things were running pretty smoothly in general. Our library was clad in gold. And there was a handful of other things that we wanted to kind of get done. Mostly surrounding the surface layer and the trap layer. Fagoth, hello, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Today, what do we have? We have 10 of these traps in. I really want to get, this is like absolute top priority for me today, is getting this trap corridor finished and then breaching this. Because I think we'll be fine to do that. I'm not too worried about the undead. Then this can travel down. We can start focusing on like the lower layers of the traps and stuff afterwards. But having that main passageway down, I think is going to be key. I want to finish up these bedrooms. I want to get a bit more of our military sorted out, but I think that that's just going to come through doing more and more of the smelting and everything. Have you noticed that butcher dwarves tend to finish on intestines, eyes, lungs, tripe, and sweetbread, but then leave the meat for last, and it always rots? I mean, I don't think that there is any real difference that ends up becoming of the different parts. If you have a lot of barrels and storage stockpiles set up, they should just take that meat, throw it in a barrel, and then it won't go bad. If you're having that as like a regular problem. Yeah, I guess you are right. The actual meat does tend to be the last thing in the list. You are right on that. Someone over there, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. We have... All right, our ghost sheep factory is still doing okay. As all of our mangled wool goes. Some of the things that happened last time, we did have a visitor... who I can't see anymore. Where did he go? Uh-oh. Ah, he's here. There he is. So we have this forgotten beast has been jumping down ledges or falling down ledges. It's not entirely clear yet. Slowly making his way towards our animal pen. Which has me very, very concerned. But we're just going to hope still that he doesn't actually make it any further. I mean, if he takes one more drop, it's probably going to be to here. Yeah, he's going to have to make a couple drops if he wants to get all the way. But there's not really a lot we can do to actually like protect these guys. You know, it's the same sort of thing. If a flying beast comes into this cavern layer, we're absolutely going to be buckled. We are still getting petitions for the Rangers Hall, so I think I might want to get them settled as well. They're claiming the most nutritious bits first at the butcher shop. Yeah. I mean, do the organs have more nutrition in them than just the meat itself? I'm not clear. Rothbard, hello. I'm going to put an empty barrel stockpile next to the butcher shop. Yeah, I mean, as long as you, having the empty barrel stockpile and then having like a good food stockpile somewhere. This is a great bad example. All of this cheese is going to rot unless I get some barrels. Which, okay, I do have. Oh, yes, that's right. So we actually had I went back and watched the VOD on this. We had a bit of a glitch with the meat and the fish. Where quite literally that trade caravan just... all of our stuff... Oh, they're making the cheese up here. All of the food, all of the meat and fish from that last trade caravan ended up just getting magically donated to us. There's 2 different points that you can clearly see that 2 different animals get like unloaded, and we just get a huge massive influx of meat and fish, which is helping keep us alive. Realizing that we can make cheese, we have so many animals that this should be like consistently good. I was gonna say, I don't know that I need to do that here, but I think these guys have their hands filled with all the undead wool. So I'm not going to cause them to freak out any. Most organs are more nutrient dense than muscle meat. Ooh. I didn't know that. Also, gross. There's something about eating an organ that seems like a weird choice to me, but maybe that's my own hang-ups. Big dig. This is almost done. I mean, this part is definitely done. This part's done. Excellent. And I think we already have the jobs for this. 50 doors, cabinets, coffers. Yeah. Brilliant. So that should get done in not a lot of time. NECA, the bloated murder. This was a forgotten beast that showed up right at the end of the last stream, or right near the end. It's like a cephalophod or something like that. It's basically a giant bug. A huge quadruped composed of solid salt. Short trunk and a bloated body, beware its deadly spittle. I mean, all we need to do is really just put a little water towards that. Melt it away. Can you imagine if that would work? Just hose it down. Right, and we're making a new set of like iron armor for a lot of people. 30 gold book bindings can be followed by 30 choirs. He says, hopefully. Where did we just strike? Where are we? Oh, this is our fluxstone stockpile. The steel. Marble hornblende. Okay. I'll try to get a little extra in there. So one of the other things I was thinking about doing today was maybe making a bunch of blocks out of the orthoclase and kind of designing some roads. I thought about like what could we do to pretty up the place. All right, man, these guys are not going to stop until I give them a ranger's haul, so let's just do it. For some reason, I have 17 members. Oh, and a stoneworkers guild also just got established. You can place 1,000 next to 2,000. How did this one? How is this? This guild hall is worth 2,000 because a bunch of the walls are made out of gold. And this one does not have such luxuries. But I have a handful of things, a handful of like extra tables and stuff that we've left around, so we could just throw in some of them. It might not be enough, but it might be. What's going on here, Angry Dwarf? Yak Cow has gone berserk. Good, that does not sound. Why would a yak cow go berserk? In a berserker rage. So this is worrisome. I think... Yeah, this was the merchant's yak cow. This is the one that screwed up the whole trade deal because it wouldn't show up in time. Now I'm going to tell my guys to kill it, but I don't know how well that's going to work for us. Obviously, my big fear here is like, will it come back to life? The perpetual fear of my life. I like how they knocked off each one of his hooves in like a perfect circle around him. That could be deadly. Let's hope for the best. Gold coins, iron boots, silver warhammers. All right, so we're through most of the iron equipment, which means our guys should just be on like gold coins and silver warhammers, which is a good spot to be. This has been done super fast. Door. I can't believe that there's going to be like a fancy bedroom on each of these floors. I'm slightly confused on why I didn't just make this 2 bedrooms and get an extra 5 rooms out of this. I never seem to think things through very well. A horrible flaw of mine. Oh well. You live and learn. At least we're going to have lots and lots and lots of bedrooms. For an undead fort, we sure are going to have a lot of happy people. Cabinets, we only have diorite. This is so nice when you only build out of one thing and it becomes so simple to decide where you're going to put everything. You know, you don't have to like click the ingredient every single time. He says and then gets to his chests where that is not the case. Oh, it looks like it could be. You know what? I think it is. We're just gonna go big. For a little while, at least. Oh, no, it's screwed up. Persimmon wood. Right, pier wood. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. But I'm gonna know. And it's gonna make me feel like a crazy person. All right. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Hot dog. Bedrooms multi. Great. Glorious. We're going to dig out that. We're going to dig out that. We can get rid of all of those ramps as well. Now I'm for sure going to end up needing like gold statues in here or something. Which aren't really an issue because like our mayor loves gold statues. All right, 40 silver warhammers are done. Can we get this finished? Definitely not, but we can get close. Oh, we're gonna be able to get so close. Really all right. That's 10, 20 silver warhammer. They need another 40 of these. I'm gonna be honest, that seems a bit alarming, but I have a collection of extra dorite tables and chairs here. Can I remember what they were used for? This is always a fun thing when you come back, like, yeah, even 4 or 5 days later, and you're like, okay, where, what was I using this for? I must have built this for a reason. What was it? What mysteries await? And I think I like this idea. Maybe with orthoglass blocks, and we can do like the center of the main roads in red. Everything else is dorite. Or we could do the outer parts of the roads in red. Have the center in natural dorite, maybe even engraved dorite. Just something to be said here. Rock blocks. Out of... How much of this do we have? 175. Let's go over the top here and just start with 50. Seeing like we have extra. Our one sad dwarf still wandering around oblivious. And a vile force of darkness has arrived. Have they? Are you sure about that? Oh yeah, there they are. Okay. That's a serious force. Oh! Here come the undead sparrows. My first line of defense. The hordes of undead. which, I'm going to be honest, are not doing as well as I would have anticipated here. So it does seem pretty good. They've definitely wounded a few. The crossbowmen are a funny pick because obviously the bolts aren't going to do much, but when they run out of bolts, they become hammer goblins. And they are just like swarming them. They're basically completely out of ammo right now. Which does mean if I come to the surface, I could just pummel them. Stoneworker Guild as well. Is their force going to become conscripted by the undead? Yeah, so this is why I'm not sending anyone to the surface at the moment. Because in theory, all of these goblins that have died are going to come back to life. Not necessarily all of them, but like a good chunk of them probably will. Meliq, good morning. Good morning. I keep having these events not actually like very quickly lose what it is that they did. Isn't this such a jam though? I bought the full soundtrack for this game this weekend because I've been working on a video for Dwarf Fortress for like the main YouTube channel. It's been nice to just like sit down and listen to the songs intently. Oh, somebody's nose. No, their ear. It's been flying off. I mean, 2 of these birds are still alive right now. Okay, there's also like 9 goblins on that one square. Is there any way to stop the dead coming back, or is it just part of the evil environment? So you can, depending on what's causing the evil environment, you can actually revert it. I have been told that if, for example, the evil biome comes from a necromancer's tower, if you kill the necromancer, then the biome will begin to revert back to normal. Now, I don't think there is a necromancer tower nearby. I think we are just in an evil part of the world. Just a horrible, savage swamp. My hope is that we can create our own army of the undead and use them to battle the undead. Basically just equip an undead squad of intelligent undead dwarves in steel armor with warhammers is my deepest desire. I mean, there's a lot of very, very good equipment there. Two giant sparrows, a butt ton of gobos. If I tell you guys to move here, because these guys are in like, they're just in metal armor, and these guys are in copper, right? Yeah. So I'm not letting them up. Wait, what? Oh, these guys are just in metal as well. Oh man, I didn't realize that. So it's only my mace guard that are actually in steel right now. Okay, that's not good. We need to start making more gear. 32 steel. What's happening with all that iron I made? What's happening is for sure the same thing that always happens to us, which is that our stockpiles break. So you're going to reverse this, and instead you're going to take from this stockpile. We'll see how this goes. I think I might bring... I think I might let my guys come up here and just... If I'm not worried about them, like, getting shot. You know, because they're out of ammo. They can probably just come up here and beat these guys to death with their hammers. Here we go. Now there's only one sparrow left. It's a fortress of ultimate recycling. I mean, hopefully. Hopefully. Once this trap corridor is open as well, it'll be a world of difference. Because we'll have cages to deal with some of them. And then we'll also just have like a pulping machine of hammers. What's really impressed me is that they are actually still sieging me. Like, it doesn't currently bother them. Now. Is this ever going to work? I'm going to put you on none. I'm going to say you can take from anywhere. We're going to see how that works. The intention of this is that they were meant to put equipment here and then bring it to the box stockpile. And by putting it in a single zone stockpile, it would prevent this glitch from happening that we get strucken with constantly. Like you can see here, we have guys who need metal equipment and aren't wearing any, and there's entire suits of armor in here that just aren't being used. Well, our boys are on the surface, so let's just do this. This is a real good test. Also, of our military. We don't normally let them on the surface for any reason. But if they can come up here and survive, and more importantly is like protect this area so that we can loot all this goblin equipment, it'll be a big win for us. The sparrow is not a threat for these dudes. Here come the charges. A bunch of like totally exhausted goblins as well who are out of ammunition. It's perfect. What can we get out of this loot pile? Oi, 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 here come all the yak cows now. I'm hoping by unforbidding that we're going to be able to get a big chain. Yeah, this should be good. This should be good. I've started putting armor and weapon stockpiles in the barracks. So far, it seemed to actually help everyone find gear. Not sure if I've been lucky or if it actually helps. Yeah, I'm not clear myself on some of that as well. I just know that, like, we have this glitch where armor gets put in bins and then nobody is allowed to use it. Like, this has frequently happened in a couple of forts we have now. I will try squad level equipment. Nobody uses that. And Which one of these is the military one? This one. And that's fine for that. So, I don't know. We'll see if it has any effect. I don't have a lot of faith. Hey there, harvesting some goblinite. How goes the fort? It's going well. We're just, we're actually prepping to kind of start taking back the surface today. Today's big goal is take back the surface. I think what I'm going to do is put these guys here. Trying to like spread out my military dwarves so we have like some on the... We're going to have a huge chain of dwarfs come out here right now. Just to gobble up all this equipment. Get it? Gobble. Gobble in. Get it? I'm sorry. I keep trying to get up early, but my cats want to cuddle and I fall back asleep. Oh, I know that pain too real. One of my cats, Cindy, has gotten really big into being tucked into bed. It is super cute. At about like 4 or 5 o'clock every day, typically like just as I'm finishing up stream, she will find me wherever I am in the house. She will come find me, meow at me 100 times until I follow her into the bedroom. And then she will get up on the bed and ask for me to just like put a blanket over her. It's so cute. It also makes me be like, I need to turn up the heat in my house. If my cat is this cold, I definitely need to turn up the heat. Look at this pack of vultures. Good job. Good job, dwarfs. Iron bows, iron shirts, copper, iron helms. Yeah, there's still lots of stuff here to loot. So I'm going to keep my goons here for now. Everything is still dead. You're not the beast I'm looking for. And this guy hasn't figured out how to fall any further. Thank God. Hey, look at this. We're actually out of... You know what? While my entire military is unavailable, I'm going to set these guys to just do one sheep at a time. Just in case. Armor bin problems. I just throw my armor in a stockpile where bins are verboten. After that, they seem easy access. I insist on using these like small... collections. Yeah, all these people keep dragging... Oh, this is all like the weapons and stuff. Right, like this is full of iron. This one's full of steel. This is like a whole set of steel equipment. Steel and iron. And same here. This is the rest of the steel and iron. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Armor bins are just like extremely broken right now. For reasons I cannot for the life of me figure out. Clothing. Anybody else coming back up here to get more stuff? I'm assuming they must be. All of this needs to be finished. In the bedroom department, I have boxes and boxes of gold coins, which is really nice. That should satisfy them. We also need a... Just a Farmer's Guild Hall. Wait, hold on. This is the Rangers Guild Hall. That's the Farmers Guild Hall. That's the temple. Right, and there's nothing on this floor. So I was thinking actually about making proper guild halls down here. And I think we might try to do that. I just want to solve this surface problems. The bins look good and organized things, but they're borked. People taking items out of the same bin cancel each other's jobs. I think at a certain point, the bin just hits some sort of weird quantum irregularity, and it cannot be used for any reason whatsoever. Like on Last Lancers, our previous fort, we had 5 armor bins that we tried to bring to the trade depot. They got glitched out and just dropped in the hallway, and no one would even touch the bin. Like, they wouldn't go bring the bin anywhere. They wouldn't take things out of the bin. The bin just existed in a constant state of like, well, I don't work anymore. Because they're all like sleeping and hungry. I mean, where is everybody? Is it because I clicked that? Does that just screw up the stockpile? Now, if I do that with the bins, what's going to happen? Okay, it looks like a lot of people are heading back to the surface here, so I think I just had the wrong thing selected. You know what? Also then, if that's the case, I was trying to say, you know, put things in this stockpile and then move them to this stockpile, but I think you have actually have to click this to say it only takes from taking stockpiles. So this way people should put weapons here and then move them to the bins. I think what was happening is I was telling people to put weapons here and move them to the bins, but they were also allowed to put in the bins directly. So they were putting everything just in the bins because, of course, it was a closer stockpile being right next to the stairs. I think that's exactly what happened. All right, here comes the last. Hopefully the last of these guys. Newton, hello, 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 hello. How are you, my dude? Horrific bins are the devil? Yeah. They're problematic, that's for sure. I can't believe how much trouble I've had with them. And I also feel crazy because it's not been... I mean, it might actually be on the bug tracker, but I haven't seen like any official response being like, oh yeah, or we see that. We know what's going on there. We'll take a look at that, you know. I mean, I also have not submitted a bug report myself, so I'm just as to blame as anybody. Yeah, there's an Iron Mail shirt there. There's 3 Iron Mail shirts here that are in good condition. Maybe more, actually 4. I mean, of course, everybody is taking this like tiny little staircase up, which is probably not the fastest thing we can do. All right, well then shear an animal. Then spin thread. There's all this wool around, so I know that they can... Technically, this wool can be spun. They're just struggling. They're struggle bussing. Hanging in there, a lot of stuff in my mind. Exam in 8 days. Oh, yeah. Exam period's always... just chaos, my dude. I feel you. 8 tables. Well, we might as well let this play. This is my favorite part of every stream. I always thought this never played unless there was traveling caravans. Turns out all you need is like your performers to dance and they'll do it. Which reminds me. I want to put a bunch of instruments on display. It's just so good. This is cheeky. And it's temporary. All right. All right. We get back to it now. We have a spooky ghost, so we're gonna slab him up. And I think we can probably put these guys back home. Oops. Oh yeah, there's the ghost. I think what we'll do is we'll just hit that on the old pause for a minute. Make sure that everybody is forced back into the burrow. Mostly these plant gatherers. And I suppose I might as well do that again. Okay. If that be the case, let's finish up the last of these weapon traps. And I think I can tell them to crack open this door. I mean, technically, I don't need to have this bridge down all the time. I think once this is done, we can start digging that. We can dig it. Kill the blossoms is good. We've created 30 choirs, which should stack here. Chests in common area. Of course. Pear wood and persimmon. Forgot that we're required to have writing materials. Chests to store writing materials, I should say. That can get destroyed. This can get destroyed. We can smooth out this chunk of road now as well. That doesn't sound good. Interrupted by a reacher. How did a reacher get here? Oh, they already buckled him. Never mind. Job, lads. Somebody takes his corpse and throw it in the volcano, preferably. I guess he must have just climbed out of the water. And our little forgotten buddy. Have I lost you? No, you're still here. He just hides away so well. Yeah, I don't think he's ever gonna... I don't know. Foot is mangled. Says he's seriously injured, but I don't know if anything's ever gonna change with him. If he's gonna heal back from that. The Hall of Rock has been satisfied. That is that cheeky little guild hall I think I just made up here. Absolute laziness. Okay, so... I mean, if this is the case... Just say hypothetically I made this, say, a road, and I made that a road. And then I made something like that. This could be a nice big building in here. I suppose realistically it would make better sense if we did a little bit shorter. So I could dig a road in through here. Perhaps even chop around that. I could make that. I could go with that. I could expand this part out quite a while as well. If I was to do this, it would look something like this. I think. Yeah, and then we could just expand this a little bit so it's a bit smoother. It's not going to be perfectly symmetrical, but I am okay with that. And actually, technically, that should go more like this. So the idea for this would be large guild halls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That'd be 11. Sure, if I did that, and then... Excellent. The forgotten beast Stibnir Tarik Bassam has come, a towering, hairy earthworm. It has thin wings, which can potentially be a problem, of stretched skin, and it undulates rhythmically. Its flax hair is long and straight. Beware its deadly blood. That's a problem. Huge problem, in fact. So this is a flying beast on the floor with all of our farm animals, and what it has is deadly blood. Which means if it bleeds, if it gets blood everywhere, everything that touches that blood is going to get sick and die. And it almost guaranteed is going to pick this fight right here. There is a small possibility it flies over to the other forgotten beast. Which is, again, actually dangerous for its own reasons. Is there any chance we can do a quick update on your guys' equipment? I don't think so. I'm only going to take the geared breeches into this. Okay, it has a ton of Crundles it's fighting, apparently. A whole pocket of Crundles over here. Heavy bleeding. Oh my god, actually, it fell just then? Vision lost. Very agile, but very weak. Its wings are dented. Its body is dented. I don't know that it can actually fly. Whatever happened to the cave dragon? I think he's still alive. And by alive, I mean unalive. I don't think that this winged earthworm can fly. A dwarf peddler faint zombie is visiting. I obviously want you to be allowed in my fortress. We're going to have to crack that open for a second. Let these guys come down. It looks like that earthworm is fine. It's not going to be an issue.
The wings are for show off.
Wings for show, yeah. Is that cave dragon still alive? Maybe not. It might have eventually met its end. This doctor is here as well. I'm very excited that we're having our first zombie dwarf. I hope that he shows up. I assume he's here for the library. Perhaps to become a zombie maker of his own. Okay, bobcat high boots, iron helmets, iron helmets. All right, so that needs to be smelted. It's no good. That can be smelted. That can be thrown out. 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 They're not taking things out of this bin right now. Which do have me a little concerned. See how that goes, though. Chocolate, good morning. Good morning. We're doing well, man. We're very, very extremely close. We're just finishing the trap corridor. Just waiting on the last, like, hammers to come up here. Which, actually, I don't even think they can while I'm waiting on this undead guy to show up. Is he inside? Yeah, he is. Okay. So let's forbid that. Let's turn off the burrow. These are all back on waiting for construction, which is good. They're bringing up the trap parts. Didn't one of the Forgotten Beasts kill the undead dragon before it became too undead? I mean, the undead dragon was undead. It did die and come back to life. It did do battle with a Forgotten Beast. I thought it won, though. I could be wrong. Very easily, I could be wrong. Furnace operator has become possessed. My professional furnace operator. Where's he going? Hauling grizzly bear leather. I'm assuming he is taking over the forge. Yeah. Okay, so he's possessed by unknown forces, which means he won't get the skill upgrade. But he's also already like a good weaponsmith, armorsmith, blacksmith. I do think I have him set to do nothing but burn things. But all in good time. This is the other thing I was talking about doing, was setting up a proper burial ground. Masterwork has been lost. Oh, funny. All that trash, I guess, was masterwork quality that I just told them to burn. Throw that out. Like, I wonder if I tell them to smelt all this stuff back down, can I reclaim it? Or is that it? I am going to try removing these. Again. Ghost has been put to rest. That can get expanded. Oh, I guess I don't need these dudes on station anymore either. Seeing as this giant earthworm is not actually a real problem. Under prognosis, guess no activity. I don't even know where it's gone. It might have just died. Where is the entry for bookshelves? I looked in the furniture category. I can't find it. You have to make it at different locations. So you need to type in, like, wooden bookshelf. Bookcase. It's also bookcase, not bookshelf. Which might just be where you're missing it. All right. We got 16 writing materials, 17 writing materials. We have one good scribe, and that's it. That's okay. He's our... I think he's like a legendary poet or something like that. I did recently discover... I saw somebody else make one of these on a YouTube video. I think it was a YouTube video. And one of the things I could have done to just slightly increase the quality of this is if I had left these 3 blocks here in the middle. These 3 here. If I had left these undug, it would have increased the pressure on the outer 2 points. Because otherwise now things are like spilling down and then moving left or right. And it would have just been a little bit more limited. Extremely minor thing. But worth noting, I think. All right. Cabinets. Boop. Boop. Coming along. Wow, if I get rid of this one orthoclass coffer, I can make my life a lot easier. So I'm going to do that. Boop, 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 boop. And then we're going to go bedrooms. You. Great. Great. We begun a mysterious construction out of gold bar, grizzly bear leather, dorite, spore cap, milk quartz, and reindeer cowbone. Somastel. You know what? I'm just gonna do that. A gold goblet. Oh, that's bougie. Yeah, I bet that's worth a lot. It's encrusted with radiant cut milk quartzes and encircled with bands of grizzly bear leather and spore tree. The object is adorned with hanging rings of grizzly bear leather and menaces with spikes of dorite and reindeer bone. An image of Toulon orange sprinkled with a dwarf in gold. That's really nice. I imagine that's like a golden goblet. Just with like, in the spots that you touch it are kind of like encrusted with leather, so it's not cold on your hands. Little bits of dorite probably studded in there so you have a good grip on the leather. Perhaps like a reindeer bone lip. Basically an ivory lip. Well, geez, that just sounds great. All right, so this needs to go up here. While I figure out exactly what I'm doing. This is all actually going to be dug down, but this is the roadway. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Like that. Let's get rid of this and this, so we can do this properly. Grand. Oh good, we already have some staircase here. Another forgotten beast. An enormous quadruped composed of pure lucite. So this is a gemstone quadruped. It has 3 stubby tails. It squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison gas. Well, I don't love that. I'm just gonna leave these empty right now, actually. That's fine. Where is this guy? Bottom floor. All right, so he has to deal with all the undead monsters, so he'll probably just get killed himself. We don't got to worry about that. A dwarven child has been missing for a week. Whoops. Is whoops the appropriate term there when a dwarven child goes missing? I don't know where they could possibly be. I assume they got left somewhere on the surface when I shut this gate. I mean, that feels like a safe bet. How am I doing with this crazy cold temp? It's been chilly, man. It's only going to get worse here in Montreal. I was saying earlier, it's meant to get to -20, a high of -22 on Friday, which is not going to be great. So we're out of silver. That needs to be remedied. I'd like to remedy this in a safe place if possible. He says, knowing that no such thing exists. Can I dig these out? Not without ruining this ramp. I really don't want to be digging too much in that lower cavern because it becomes extremely risky for me to do so. But like, there's lots of good stuff up around here. The gold, I'm sure I don't need. The silver and copper, I do. Can we get up into the higher levels here, actually? I wonder. I mean, that's one of my trap corridors. But in theory... no metal there. I mean, any of these places where I get like a marble would be really ideal. If I could dig out marble and get the metal I'm looking for as well, that would be a huge net win. Mudstone. Iron. Bunch of gems up here, but... oh yeah, here we go. What are you doing up here, young man? Hauling chalk. Alright. That tracks, I'll allow it. Limonite and hematite. We might as well grab that as well. Have I ever seen a horse goat, a borzoi in person? I have not seen one in person, no. The Hall of Rock. Don't we have one of these? I thought that's what this floor was. Ah, it's not good enough for them. Which is fair. It is literally... I literally just put 2 gold statues on a roof and was like, this'll satisfy their needs, won't it? Surely this is all they wanted. Who could ask for anything more? 8 of gold. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, this will be a nice little expansion as well. Also shut all the guilds up. We could do something cool in here. How many years am I into this fort? Not too many. This is day 4 of streams. I think we started at... I think we started at 117. So this would be year 6. We might have started 114. I can say, if you check the VOD channel, the first one of these episodes is up. So in theory, you can find out. Something's fighting. No, it's fine. It's just with wool. It's just with wool that has come back from the dead. Nothing to worry about. Just an undead sheep monster. No bigs. Farmer has been found dead. Oh, would you look at that? It turned out that flying earthworm could fly. How'd this go for me? The animal caretaker scratches the forgotten beast in the body, and the injured part is ripped into loose shreds. An artery has been opened by the attack. I am very concerned because this thing's blood is super bad. like super, super bad. And I'm pretty sure anybody who steps on it, including these animals, is going to get extremely sick. But I might be lucky and that not be the case. It does look like we've managed to get the corpses out of here before they come back alive. He says, you're a dead rooster. There's also a dead dog here. There's also a dead dog here. Cloud of fiendish mist on the surface. I'm not going to worry about that. I am going to worry about all my farm animals rapidly dying for some reason or another. A furnace operator has been found dead. Dragging that other corpse. I mean, the good news is that all of the... Oh, no. This is going to be it. Stray lamb corpse. I guess my big question is, like, do each of their bloods get infected? Maybe alpaca? Did we get that one? Yeah, okay. I need to clear all these jobs. Only so many of them could have soaked up the blood, right? So... and I guess I'm going to need somebody on another smelting job for this silver. So it will be okay. We lose a couple small people, but nothing too serious. And hopefully, a pool of yak blood. That yak just died. Interrupted by corpse. Okay, I think we're okay. Dwarf kind of looks like he has purple skin. So the Forgotten Beast came back alive there for a second. They're trying to bring it down the steps to the volcano to get rid of it. Like, that yak coughed up a pool of blood, and now I'm wondering, like, is that pool of blood tainted? Anyone who steps on that, will they also become tainted? But I think we're okay. We just have to deal with any of these animals that die coming back. But as we rapid fire them all into the volcano, we are maybe gonna be fine. That could have went a lot worse. I think we're safe. For now. Do we have any more golden statues for these guys? No, not yet. Gonna just keep slowly tidying this stuff up. As much as I can. I think I can actually do that. I love how every time I dig these out, it's just literally me going, I think I could do this. And then discovering like, oh, no, that was a mistake. Oh, I think I could do this. No, that was wrong too. The guild halls will be nice. We should clear these roads so we don't accidentally dig them out. But the internals are fine. Drop off inaccessible. Oh no. Uh-oh. So somebody threw something in the volcano and lit themselves on fire. Looks like we're fine though. I do have to figure out what items got dropped though because of that. Okay, they're still marked for removal, so they will still get rid of them. And then everything else is cleared. Excellent, 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 excellent. You guys are spinning thread until you run out of life. You guys are making yarn trousers constantly. It's all good. We're golden. I do wish I could remember what I made all these tables for. Alert! Farmer has been missing for a week. Yeah, I'm sure he's okay. What's the worst that could have happened? He fell into a volcano? What's going on here? Weapon, trap, warhammer, warhammer. Are these unavailable? No. What's going on here? All I want is to be done this. We have mechanisms. Do I have to set up a command that's like smelt item? Oh, yeah, I do. I'm assuming they are only going to do this on things that I have marked, but I genuinely don't know if that's true. And yeah, so all of these armor bins are just, like, broken. Shoot, somebody has starved to death. There's also a corpse in the middle of this hallway. I don't know how that could have even gotten there. Needs refined coal. Isn't that a nice thing? We haven't had that in a while. So there has been collections of bit coal around. Bit coal and lignite. Limonite. They are a little bit harder to find though. Cobaltite. We might actually have to look for this a bit. Tons of tetrahedrite in this staircase. I should just be pulling out of this. Yeah, like a bunch in here as well. Can we find the coal veins? times like this, I really wish there was an option to just like search for where the mineral was on your map. Especially when it all looks so similar. Alert, dwarven child has been missing for a week. Okay, we're starting to get a lot of missing people all of a sudden. And I don't know if these are just maybe the people that were yeeting into the volcano. And that's making them go missing. Which like would track a little bit. All I seem to be able to find is cobaltite. Cobaltite, cobaltite, cobaltite. And now we're at our base. That's not good. So this means this... Because limonite is coal, right? No, limonite's iron. Lignite is what I'm looking for. Ah, man. It's a major bust. I mean, we do have access to wood. We're a bit low on it right now, but... some of these trees we should be clear to mine. Whoever digs that out is going to get killed. Or at least bonked on the head. Because they can only dig it out, I think, from one angle. Just to be clear, isn't going to stop me from doing it. I just want us to say goodbye to that dwarf now instead of later. I guess it must be when I throw their bodies in the volcano. They go missing. Unless we have a vampire. Which I'd be really surprised. We haven't had a vampire, as far as I am aware, in any of our forts. We've certainly never been able to find one. I have found other weird glitches and stuff. Stray hen has been found dead. Uh-oh. 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 Why are there more of you dying? There's the other one. There it is. Guy wandering around with a sword? A wooden sword? How useless. Hen corpses fighting with a peasant. Yeah, see, this is the problem as well, is like if they ever come back alive, they also then lose their dump status. It's all a little bit frustrating. A lot of like ducks and stuff wandering around too. Is everybody properly in this pen right now? Everybody but our zoo animals, who we still haven't zooed, but we're getting there. All right. Let's get this dropped. Then we can start doing the next layer there. I'm very happy that like we have managed to consistently produce yarn clothing. despite it being such a risk. Like I'm always seeing yarn shirts, yarn trousers being completed. Captain Underpants has been missing for a week. This is starting to worry me. This is just like a lot of people who have gone missing now in a very short amount of time. Am I gonna find a room full of bodies? I mean, I've checked every dwarf, every migrant that's come in. We do have a zombie, but he doesn't look like he's been up to trouble. And there is a scholar who is currently rock climbing. I don't know why rock climbing is such a thing that people love doing here. I think it's because they get glitched out trying to leave. But if she's rock climbing, it means she's not eating people. I'm gonna be honest, nobody else looks like a serious threat. Oh no, you're fine. You're just taking a bath. Different level. More gold statues on the roof. Keep things going. Clearly I'm gonna need some sort of armor solving problem here. So I hate to do this, but I'm gonna do this with no bins. I'm hoping if I make a stockpile big enough, they'll drain these places. Yeah, because there's no armor in any of these spots, so fingers crossed this might actually work. Made of platinum. Okay, and tetrahedrite. Well, what a nice vein this has been. Look at this all. Silver, platinum. Lots of limonite, more iron. Ton of iron. Which does remind me, how are we on steel? I mean, we have crazy amounts of... We have 50 steel. Steel... I'm gonna try making like 5 of each of these. And see what happens. These guys are just digging like crazy here. Good veins, though. It's good solid veins you got here. A lot of good ore, you know what I mean? Your guild hall agreement's been satisfied. And the digging continues. I think this is okay because none of this is like channeled out underneath. It should actually be safe for me to just do any of these chunks without fear of anything falling. All right. I really, really wish I had thought to round this corner. This one little thing is just drives me nuts. I wonder if like you know, if I lock and unlock these, can I clear out all the commands for them? I mean, if not, I'm gonna just smelt everything and break it down. A lot of it's iron, so that's not a huge deal. I just really would like them to actually take all the equipment I made. Otherwise, it's a bit of a foolish thing. And am I out of... I must be out of mechanisms. No. Something is weird is going on with these trap buildings. Oh, it's just set to use closest materials. That's why. I'm just an idiot. I'm just an idiot. That's okay. Amazing. So this looks like we have enough hammers to finish this. Is it finally time? Oh my god, it is. So as soon as these last 8 traps are done being built, we can dig open this wall. And we can officially have a path to the surface. That's not just a long, winding staircase. Get weird place for a cow corpse to be. We got piglets and sheep that are just like running around town. Yeah, there you go. All of you should be pastured. Is my pasture just not big enough anymore? I didn't think there had to be a size limitation on this kind of thing. But maybe there does. We might as well let them just like roam through the whole area. As long as they don't damage the farms, which I don't believe that they do, then I don't see any harm in this. A lovely forgotten beast hanging out up above still. All right. And you got this inner path. Boop, boop, boop. That should be all good. I think I can actually just do that. And then we can dig out these proper guild halls. It's been nice seeing this little town come together and like grow in its baby steps. bunch of extra bags here, so I'm just going to start milling plants as well. So I'm realizing, like, we got to use them for something. We ought to use them for something. We have loads of plump helmets coming in now as well. We've managed to, I think, break the back on that little bit of meat and fish we got from that trade caravan. Seems to have been enough to save our butts. Yeah, and really what I'm just missing now is coal. Which I can't really get unless we start chopping trees. Which is always easier said than done. This weaponsmith is depressed all the time. This guy's a carpenter. Why don't we give him an axe? This guy's a wood burner. We'll also give you an axe. See how that works. Gold, 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 gold. There's no bit coal down here, is there? Wouldn't happen to be any of the stuff I'm actually looking for, is there? So I can keep making steel. Do we have any extra axes sticking around? Copper battle axe, copper battle axe, copper battle axe. Yeah, we're good. Ton of crossbows. I'm taking a wild guess as well and say that all of the armor we're making is just getting automatically equipped by people. Alert! Herbalist has been found dead on the surface. My first question is, who are you? You're a member of one of my squads. What? Oh, I made a terrible mistake here. Hold on. Forbid. Burrow on passage. Yes. All right, so somehow there was a miner hanging out on the surface. They managed to find a couple of the dead bodies over here. Or at least a dead body. If it's a herbalist, he was probably up here picking plants and maybe got chased off by something. If I was a betting man, that'd be my guess. All right. A lot of giant sparrow corpses flying around, so I will finish these. Because again, it's also like not guaranteed. They could just fly down the center. Which is a very funny thought. They could fly straight down the center path. Just do it perfectly and avoid all of the traps. Just gotta hope they don't. Perpetual hope. All right. All right. Everybody's got chests. Almost done all this. I am very pleased to have so many houses. It's not everybody, but it is like 2/3. I think we're 35, 50, and like 28. So if we have like if we have, let's say, 50 pop unhoused, $18 dormitory rooms and a barracks of 10. It's okay. This is kind of interesting. So the guys who were picking up all of the metal ores, they actually grab a wheelbarrow, they go up onto the roof, across to here, and then down through this place to get... It's the quickest route. Instead of going down and then looping up that way, it's faster to go across the roof for them. There's 40 silver warhammers. Forgot that we made this for goblets. Goblet, goblet, goblet. So much steel. Our gold goblet. I guess our miners still have things to do. I just have to be patient. It's just the thing I always fail the worst at. And we're creating masterwork steel helms, so that's nice. Leather gloves and shirts. I'm shocked we're having trouble with shirts, given what we make that out of. 48 happy dwarves. 47 regular happy dwarves. 42 pleased dwarves. Mist generator is hacks. Everybody just interrupted by wool constantly. I'm sure this is having... The placement of this must be having some negative effect. I think were I to do an Undead Fortress again, I would find a way to tie the military in with the butcher shop and the farm workshop. Just because it seems like if there's anywhere that anything's going to go wrong, it's going to be the farm. I think there's no doubting that. All right, I'm doing it. There's only 2 more traps to go. This becomes the big threat once we open. Because a cloud like this is a huge cloud of fiendish mist. They're not always this big. But if we are to get caught in something like this, it is very bad. Marble the Dwarf, animal caretaker, has been missing for a week. What's happening here? This seems like a lot of people to have gone missing. Just like too many. I am too extremely sussed. Yes. So in anticipation of this, forbid your dead, forbid your death items. Wait. Forbid non-hunted dead. Forbid other death items. Forbid wall cleaning during sieges. Sure. Trap cleaning. Yeah. Trap rearming. Yeah. That's all fine. Workers gather bodies. Workers ignore bodies. Okay. I mean, as long as the plant gathering doesn't become too bad, I think we'll be okay. This is really a big question, because if all of my herbalists just keep trying to gather plants from the surface, from that original gathering plot that's been glitched out. An enormous hairy spider with a poisonous bite has arrived. Lure. Ah, he's down below. We don't gotta worry about that. He ain't no real threat to us. Look how good this is, though. Masterwork steel breastplate. Masterwork steel high boot. This is actually my biggest beef about if we chunk these the armor that's in here. There's a lot of this is masterwork too. Masterwork. A lot of masterwork iron too. Will. These guys are currently equipped as metal hammer dwarves. They're actually missing most of their equipment anyway, so I'm just going to assign them to steel hammer guard. And I'm going to see what happens. I'm a little curious if maybe somehow they'll find their way into these boxes. Now that those boxes just exist in the ether. Certainly they'll find their way up here. Iron greaves, gauntlets, shirt, helm, breastplate. He just drops everything and then goes somewhere else to pick up his equipment. From here. A shirt, perhaps? No, he totally just got a pair of steel boots out of there. A hammer. Gauntlet. A single gauntlet. And it looks like he is maybe going to run all the way to the surface via the hole we have just now created and possibly loot a body for the next piece of equipment. Which I'm assuming is going to be his left gauntlet. Oh yeah, thank God. We have pretty much this entire trap corridor done as well. I'm just interested also in seeing somebody path through this whole place right now. I think there was coal around here, around this gypsum. Still, that ramp is leaking, which I'm really not sure how to fix. I also don't really know that I need to fix it. Yeah, this is totally what he's doing. He's going right to the surface. I mean, I'm very glad to see that the tunnel is working. All these dwarves are up here on the surface right now as well. I don't know where you're getting steel equipment from, though. A steel helm just lying on the ground was the answer. Looks like somebody's like full set of armor here. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Somebody must have died here and they're just coming up to like pick up the pieces one by one. All right. Hell, if it works for you, dudes. Why not? What is this guy legendary in? Dancing. Isn't that cute? I would like to low traffic these traps. I believe only our dwarves pay attention to traffic stops. But this is just like a just in case for some reason they decide to set off their own hammer traps. Seems like the better safe than sorry. And then I did want to look for like special coal up here. Limonite? I'm saying lignite is what I needed. Lignite is what I needed. Selenite. Anhydrite. Hematite. That's all chalk and gypsum. There it is. There's what I'm looking for. I knew it was around there somewhere. Yeah, and it is dark. So no, I'm not completely crazy. Insert lignite these nuts. Ay. Got him. Look how many peasants we have. It's disgusting. We also have a ton of very, very good mace dwarves. Should I just make another peasant squad? I mean, these guys are literally sitting around and doing nothing right now. An animal trainer, a diagnostician, a glazer, a trapper. These guys are wearing armor. You're not. Fikid Zazatuvas. Animal trainer. Talented leader. What a weird selection of skills you have. All right, well, congratulations. You're hired. We're going to start a squad with you. They're going to be copper rooks. Probably not going to stay copper rooks, but peasant. 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 You clearly have a military history, so I'm going to give you in there. You're also a competent fighter, so I'm going to put you in there. And you're a peasant. You're a peasant. And you're a peasant. We actually have so many peasants. It's disgusting. Stressing me out how many peasants I have. I don't actually think I need to do this. I think I can get rid of this barracks completely. How interesting. A bunch of these gold flasks have become forbidden. I wonder why that is. Hopefully, though, this new squad will pick up all the copper that's in here and clean out a little bit of this. We have struck magnetite. Is this on the Bickle? Oh, this is great. This is good stuff here. That's real good stuff. Start making more steel. Boy, and I guess we're just clear, right? We're open to the surface. We're open for business. I can start looting. I mean, I don't really need the copper, but iron clothing I'll take. Especially if it's in good quality. This is some real scavenging right now. The hope is I can get all those rookie squads in iron, so... Ooh, yeah, baby. A lot of stuff here. Don't really want those broken iron helms, but they're better than nothing. All these iron mail shirts are fantastic. That's completely destroyed, so I won't take the stuff that's completely shattered. But kind of shattered? Why not? Still better than copper, right? Great. There's not really that much there left. There's a bunch of logs. I could grab those, but it's a bit of a trek. It's a bit of a Shrek. So many skeletons up here. These are all dwarves. Now that we have the surface, we could also create a tomb. And start grabbing people. This was, I think, a trade caravan here that died. This was a migrant wave. Oh, there's nothing of value. I think we lost the migrant wave over here, too, to a yak. Scuttlebutt. Also there. All right. Native platinum and magnetite. This is good. This is great. Yeah, it'll keep us in the money for a little while. I am curious, like, if we did get big coal from here, is there any chance that we find that on a nearby layer as well? Yep. There sure is. Absolutely, 100 P sure is. Amazing. Oh, this is all done. This is all done. All of these ramps can go. That can go. That can go. These can go. These can go. And we can actually dig into these now. Of course, I've done the fantastic job of making sure that these are even numbers instead of odd numbers, so adding a single door doesn't look nice on any of them. A classic blunder. I tell you what, let's do that. Instead, does that make sense? Oh wait. Oh yeah. No. That's right. That's right. That's right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig out a little statue section, just for fun. And then we can have staircases up. That's not correct. That's not correct at all. It has to be done like step by step here. So a staircase up, a staircase up, a staircase up. This floor gets dug out completely. It's just the roof. Grand. You get dug in as well. Boom, 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 boom. Then we'll have something nice looking here. Do an indoor and an outdoor. Yeah, that's kind of, I guess, kind of the idea. I mean, I could also make it that the stairs are, because right now it's going to be, you know what? Let's change that. I think I'd rather have the stairs closer in. And if I'm going to do it like that, I think I am actually just going to do them full up-down staircases. Doesn't look quite as nice, but it means that like people can come in, go to their guild immediately without having to like enter whoever the first guild is and then go the rest of the way, which seems a little bit foolish. Cool. And if I wanted to make this a little bit nicer, maybe we could do some like engraved pillars. We could have some nice tables in here. I think that would look nice. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. I'll make that work. We can make that work, absolutely. Be odd unless it was a common room, like a diner or something. Yeah, so these are just meant to be the guild halls. We've had a couple of guilds just get picky at me. Right now, they're all kind of living in these big empty rooms in this building, and I don't like it. I'm not really sure what I'm doing properly with this building yet. But I did want to make real nice looking guild halls. So I think this is the right way to do it. And then we'll just fancy these up. It's a slightly different pillar design than I did the first time, but I like this one more. Bum, 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 bum. Nice. All right. Let's leave them to their business. Go forth, my dwarves. I could use this for, honestly, I could use this for things like storage. Seeing the weird overflow that I have at the moment. Cheesemaker withdraws from society. Uh-oh. What is he going to take? Stone workshop. All right. That should be fine. I'm going to get an artifact display ready for him. Do we have any bolts in here? We don't. Ah. I see. There's not really any reason for coins to be in here. Realistically, this is kind of just a furniture warehouse. Oh yeah, and the orthoglass blocks. I forgot about these. We started making those in the hopes that we could do some neat flooring. I believe my intention was to do the outer edges. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Do I really gotta cancel all of these one by one? No, okay, good. Thank God. Select material after placement. Orthoglass blocks. I suppose I'm going to end up running out of these a lot faster than I anticipated. Like, that's basically all of them already. Oh, we're still making a ton, though. We've only made like 16. Migrants have arrived. And most amazingly of all, they can use the tunnel. Oh, no, there's so many of them. We have a high master weaver and an adequate spinner. This guy's actually going to be put to a lot of work in the fortress. An adequate appraiser. A peasant, of course. A child. Another peasant, of course. A high master beekeeper. Another peasant. You look like a weaver and a tanner. Okay. Another peasant. Another peasant. No animals this time around. Well, good luck. You know how to get down here. Kremlo the Ordinary, storing items in stockpiles from the surface. I'm assuming he is going for armor. All of his flasks are missing, which is not a bad idea to say. We have so many squads now that I'm going to make another 20 gold flasks. No shirt, no gloves, no socks. We have a ton of leather, though. So I'm going to go with leather glove. And we're going to make 30? You know what? Let's go big. Let's go 40. Yeah, I think this will look cool with the roadways like this. It's going to take a little bit, but it'll make things look nice. The Fence Guild, a crafts dwarf guild, has been established and now requires a guild hall. Well, good news, dudes. You can have the first real guild hall. The guy who's claimed the stoneworkers thing has copper bars, doorite, spore tree, yak bone, square cut red zircons. Looks like he's dragging more in. Copper bars. Item blocking site. This chest has been here for an extremely long time. And obviously, I wonder, is it too broken? Apparently somebody has a job to move it. Like, it's a masterwork chest, so I don't want to screw it up. Nice, and a bit of pigtail, a bit of cave spider, and he is ready to work. Armor, wood, stone, armor, bit coal. Alright, coffer, construct building. Ha. That's why nobody's moved that. It got dumped for a job that got paused for unknown reasons. And it's just been kind of in a state of suspension ever since. Yarn shirts, masterpiece, yarn shirts coming in. Yeah, now it's moved. That can be resumed. Are we still making gold coins? I guess we're not. How are we on? 270. All right, well. Do another 100. Like, I have at least 2 full boxes of gold coins with a third clearly en route. Loads of people just like, oh god, an engraving job. Thank Armok. We've had nothing to do this whole time. One, two, three. Please be almost done. Fancy homes. Oh, that's the top floor. Oh, amazing. Yes, 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 yes. Excellent. Now it's just the basement left here. And some doors. Doors we can get to. Great. Removes steers. Inappropriate dig ramp. All right, I think that's okay. They're mining out all of that. So we recently moved these guys into steel. What are they missing? Steel mail, leggings, greaves. And apparently shields. Leggings, greaves, mail, high boots. What really confuses me is there's a ton of greaves on the floor right here. Unclaimed. Our cheesemaker has created loose Lin Mindem Bin Ood, a dorite figurine of Zazit wire blanket. Masterfully designed image of Zazit wire blanket the dwarf. Zazit is cooking. The artwork relates to the masterful biscuits prepared by the dwarf Zazit wire blankets for the merged silvers at Boatshonor in the winter of 121. This dude has been thinking about these biscuits that were made 3 years ago and just salivating over them ever since. Driven crazy by these biscuits. He's like, I gotta make a little figurine of this guy cooking these biscuits because they were so good. Maybe he'll make them again. It is encrusted with cushioned dorite cabochons, decorated with yak bone and pigtail, and encircled with bands of copper and spore tree. Spikes with cave spider silk. There's an image of a dodecahedra in red zircon. An image of dwarves in copper. The dwarves are traveling, and relates to the foundation of lash burials by the Book of Flickering in the Elder Gravels. I guess some people, they travel and they set up homes. It's a lot of work. Other people, they make biscuits. We live a good biscuit-filled life here. Make no mistake. In our evil biome, we are full of biscuits. It's a little random. Yeah. Absolutely. Anyway, we'll put it on display in the temple just because. Ooh. Also, we can now open up the tavern to all visitors. You're already on all visitors, and you are on all visitors. Now that we actually have a path for caravans and people to visit without us having to constantly up close and lower drawbridges and everything else. Uh-oh. These mist clouds are still extremely dangerous, though. Oh, and amazingly, this guy is still alive. Oh, this is the gem monster. I mean, it's taken some beatings, but considering the amount of undead things he's trying to kill, I'm shocked that he is doing so well. All our biscuits are evilly delicious. It's like the weirdest catchphrase ever. It's evilly delicious. These are going to be really nice because this gold vein running through them and the silver veins. Basically, these lower guild halls are going to be gold and silver. Upper floors also have a fair bit of gold and silver on them. Excuse me? Why do we have... It's very confusing to me how often things seem to just die in our pen. I'm missing a corpse here as well. Why do you keep getting locked? Interrupted by donkey corpse, interrupted by you corpse. Here comes the military squad. Dude, I love it. I don't even have to tell them to come up here. They're just like, yeah. We got it. Again, locked. I just want them chucked. I don't have to tell the military squad to come up here because I've actually left them accidentally on station for who knows how long. That guy can be chucked out. I mean, perhaps a good thing that I did. This guy has died. He can be chucked out. Okay, so I'm starting to see the problem here. Every time something dies, it's automatically getting struck as forbidden because I've said don't claim dead corpses. The good news is about it is it makes it very easy for me to tell where the bodies are now. blue peahen came back alive. And hopefully got dropped. It's a little strange. I don't know what's causing the mass death. Maybe some of that leftover ichor. Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, it is going to screw up my wool industry. I mean, I could just do that, right? That should be fine. I love how when the wool comes back to life, it always looks like another dead sheep. So it just looks like there's a mountain of dead sheep there. What would the name be for those devilish biscuits? I mean, I would guess Lucen Limbinden Bin Bull. It's to the masterful biscuits prepared by the dwarf. Like, this is the name of the artifact. It's about those biscuits. Primarily, so. Weapons list has slipped into depression. Dude, this guy is so sad all the time. And it's really funny because all of his problems are like, I can't pray to this god. And I have a temple where he can pray to him. I even have a statue to this god in the temple. If he just came in, he'd have no problem. No problem at all. Okay. We had another guild. God forbid if I can remember who it was for. Stoneworkers we have. Rangers we have. Crafts dwarfs? I think it was for crafts dwarfs. Yeah. Because it should tell me now, agreed to build a guild hall. Perfecto. I will expand this to, I guess, the whole floor. We're gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4 doorite doors. I'm gonna figure out how I want to do this. I think after the fact. I don't know if maybe I just want like 2 tables and a bunch of chairs in the middle would kind of be fun. The idea almost being like a lecture hall. Like 8 chairs. I'll actually do 10 to make the 2 behind it as well. We'll put 2 behind it, and then we'll put like a row of 4 and a row of 4, and then like I'm gonna say 2 gold gold statues in the back. That'll be nice. The evilest biscuit would be called the Mick Biscuit. Is it like a weird? What would that be? Would that be like a lobster biscuit? What goes in a Mick Biscuit? I have questions. Yeah, this is going to be amazing. There's going to be like an engraved pillar in here as well. It's going to be so bougie. I already actually have a few of these chairs ready to go. which is quite pleasing. I don't suppose we have a bunch more of this orthoclast blocks, do we? 6. No. The dog is fighting. The dwarven child is fighting. Against a Monera, obviously crawled out of the water. So I think this is probably what's happening. Is weird things just crawl out of the water and they're attacking my animals. Which I think makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't be able to blame him for that, you know? This guy is going to spin thread until he explodes. Which leads me to believe I would like to add a stockpile here for... What is this going to be under? Thread. Yarn, actually. Well, you know what? I might as well just make it all the thread. You know what? I don't even need to. This cloth stockpile has enough that it stores thread and cloth here. And I'm sure, like, the moment it's done, it's probably just immediately woven anyway, so... What goes into the Misk Biscuit? Poverty and wage theft. Also a red-haired clown. Have you noticed that Ronald McDonald doesn't actually exist anymore? Like, they don't use him. He seems to no longer be present anywhere in the McDonald's empire. Which has got me asking questions. What are these guys wearing? Metal armor. What if I just told you to wear iron armor? And then called you iron whatever. Dwarven child has been missing for a week. I don't suppose Momas is the one who was just fighting that guy, was he? Doesn't look like it. Nope. Another child vanished. Are you still alive, Thicket? You appear to not have an image. Yeah, okay. No, you still exist. But I tell you what the problem is. You're not training. And I actually want you guys on training. I selected the wrong people. Schedule. Constant training. Off stagger, stagger, constant. I think that's right. I mean, I could probably stagger some training right now, but it really is honestly just helpful to have a bigger military right now. Interrupted by another Monera at Panera. Ah, misclick. In here. It's a weird spot for you to be. So look at all these bins of leather. You're making leather gloves all the livelong day. which is still the item I am missing the most of. This guy's got yellow on his pants, but he's clearly wearing trousers, leggings, and greaves. This dude's in like a masterwork steel outfit. I love it. What a Chad. It does appear he is missing one sock. And I do have the answer to that, and it's to make yarn socks. But I've been stubborn and decided to do silk for some reason, despite me not actually having a copious amount of silk. All right, I'm not seeing a lot of iron here. What do you think these guys are missing the most? Iron boots. Iron. Holy boot. You could actually just make 10. I'm fine with that. Red-haired clown went into witness protection and now he's Jackbox. That poor guy, his poor family. He didn't deserve any of that. So this is what, 4? Yeah, probably 4. Or 3 with storage. The Baron of Boatshonor has ended a mandate. I'm sure that was, please don't sell my statues. It's nice to see the military change over. We have people on like a staggered training routine. Our good steel squads don't train all the time. They all get like I think 3 months on, 3 months off, or 2 and 2. I can't quite remember, but it's nice to give them a bit of leisure. Unlike the rookies who just work non-stop. Constant. Summer has arrived. Yeah, I really want these miners to just like finish this zone. Technically I could dig out this barracks now. Barracks / doctor's hall. I'm not sure it's really worth doing, but it's a potential option. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Fantastic. Are they going to come at me this time? They are. Even better. So we're going to put everybody on the burrow. Oh, this is amazing. We get to finally test out the trap corridor. Unfortunately, it's not against undead. But it is just against a small squad of goblins. Which means I doubt they will even get through the first part of the breach. We have 2 trap tunnels set up. The third is still in construction. It's hammer time, baby. We might capture a few goblins here too, which is always exciting. Alert. Snatchers. What are you doing up here? Get out of here. Here they come. Hammer time. Are they smart enough to figure it out? Boof, 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 boof. That guy wasn't. Neither was him. Can we see what happened? The goblin thief jumps away from the spinning silver warhammer. It misses him. Death is all around me. This is truly horrifying. Our time in the ocular realm is so brief. Begone, fear. That must have been the guy who got through. This guy, spinning warhammer misses, but then strikes him in the upper leg. The force bends the hip and he falls over. He scrambles away from the spinning warhammer trap. 2 more miss him. A third misses him. Oh, I've been injured badly. There's no hope. Strikes him in the upper body, bruising the muscle. Strikes him in the head, bruising the muscle, snapping his neck, tearing his upper spine. Death, I feel uneasy. And then boom in the lower body, boom in the head. Oh, who are you? Water buffalo cow corpse. I see. The goblins haven't gotten through my first line of defense. The hordes of water buffalo that lead up the surface. Oh, they're absolutely slaughtering them. This fortress rules. Good job, everybody. The siege is over. Amazing. This is amazing. This is so good. I have an open hole. Those buffalo aren't even coming down. I guess we unpause the burrow now. I'm going to claim anything that's up here, including that goblin. We have a trapped goblin in a cage. Boofala for the win. Kathan, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Here we go. Here we go. This was my original fear of what would happen with these gobos. This is what the trap quarter is actually designed for. It's not the goblins themselves. It's when they come back from the dead. Here he comes. He senses something. Did he just move so fast? All of those traps missed him? No. But they definitely didn't do the kind of damage I was looking for. We now have an undead goblin in a trap. It's very fun. It'll be great practice for my dudes. Here comes another one. Oh, this is good. The goblins in the past haven't come back from the dead. Great news is that they walk right into this trap every time. Bad news is that they don't really seem to be getting killed as well as I would hope. The hammers are bruising them, but they're not killing them. Store item in barrel. What could you possibly be coming up here to store in a barrel? Paradise nut fruit. Yeah, okay, so this gathering zone is still bugged. Once upon a time, we had a gathering zone here. And because of that... Uh-oh! I got bad news for you! There's more goblins on the surface. Wow, 3 of them came back from the dead. That's pretty good. This guy's got the big spooks now, though. Yeah, they keep coming back up to the surface and trying to gather stuff, which is problematic. I wonder if I shouldn't start making maces instead of hammers. Maces are better at pulping, so they would technically work better in these traps. There's a lot of people coming to the surface. Are these all farmers? Ooh. This is a professional hammer dwarf. If he had literally just stayed one to the side. He was attacked by the dead. The horror consumes him. See how he does, though. Bashes him in the arm, fracturing the bone. Bashes him in the head, jamming the silver warhammer in the skull and tearing the brain. How is this guy alive? This peasant is joining in. He's getting himself injured. He got his head cut open. I mean, I appreciate that a peasant, the most useless person in my fort, did decide to try and join in and fight this zombie, instead of leaving it to the guy completely clad in steel. I suppose these goblins do need to be evacuated. Is that the right term? Volcanonated? I am a little bit worried. The cage traps are one thing, but if these don't pulp as well as I had hoped, it's dangerous. Let's line up some silver maces, because we're gonna need them. We have a lot of trap corridors still to go, so. And of course, our masons are just completely overloaded with work because I'm telling them to do way too many things at any given time. That's all right. That's okay. Lots and lots of good stone around. If we wanted to make more stone crafts, I was gonna say, if we wanted to make more stone crafts, we could. But then I'm also like, we just have boxes and boxes and boxes of stone crafts here, ready to go, ready to trade. And I worry if we make any more, what that says about us. But it provides a great thing for people to do. Dwarves like to craft. If the stone craft if the craft dwarf shop isn't really doing anything else, having it just line up a bunch of crafts keeps people busy. Anybody can work the crafts, and dwarves get cranky if they don't get craft time, so it's a trade-off. Lots of iron, lots of iron. Yeah, man, and I hate this, but I think I gotta melt down these boxes. No, I don't know that I do. Not consistently, but like, a lot of stuff has been taken out of here. All of these boxes were full, and now only this one has a lot. Ironically enough, it has the iron high boots, which I was asked to just make by some people. Hey, Mona. Coming up for pets? Uh-oh. I hear battle. I hear battle. Goblin corpses. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Which corpse do you think this was? And can our dudes just handle it? It doesn't seem like they can. And of course, my greatest fear is that we end up spiraling into bodies. Oh, you know what? I think they managed to do it. We have we have a seriously injured cook, a seriously injured dwarven child. I don't know where the body is gone. Dwarven child found dead. Well, that'll teach you. Don't fight the corpses. Just run away from them. It's clear. I mean, hopefully someone will come up and grab this guy. You're cleaning the traps, which I guess is just getting all the goop, all the gobbo goop out of him. Oh yeah, no, there's his corpse. It's still there. Needs cages. Well, something tells me we could probably make a bunch of iron cages. And what I would like to do is put a bunch of undead goblins in here. And then put in levers and just unleash them into the military-industrial complex. It's good training. This way they train next to undead goblins so they get over their fears. I hope. Certainly that's the plan. We're going to need a bunch more mechanisms as well, so we might as well line that up. Ooh, let's just go with 20. Don't really have a good place to store them, but one problemo at a time. This is all ready for smoothing. This is all ready for smoothing. This is all ready for smoothing. Those are almost ready for smoothing. Man, I just love it. Like, scholars visit now and we don't need to worry about them. This actually allows us to now implement the next phase of the plan. We exist down here in this hellhole. What I want to do is find a tower. And that might be significantly easier said than done. We are at war with Grell Stakes, which is our very, very first fortress. It is huge. There's 400 people there. But I love the idea that we're at war with them. Here is a tomb, but I can't get to it. Edgy, hello. Welcome. We are scouting for necromancers. I guess that's what we're doing. We have a dark dwarven fortress? That's part of our people, though? Dark goblin pits. Dunkobalt. And Daggerburn. The village, fact or fiction? Is that a tomb? A monastery. No civilized population. Interesting. That's worked monks, which is full of artifacts. We're not at war with them, though. This is a tomb. Site govern the eerie monster civilization, the autumnal curses. I mean, it is... There's another tomb here. It's possible that there are no towers. Castle, castle. Like, it may not be late enough in the world. Fortress, fortress. Monasteries. Monastery castle. Tomb. Human forts. Goblin fort. There are the other fortresses we tried to start, which could be very funny. We could actually send parties to, like, recolonize these. I'm going to be honest, though. I don't know that there is a tomb on this map. A tomb, a tower. Which might means that we got to get necromancers the old-fashioned way. Just hoping that they show up. I mean, I will say Growl Stakes had a necromancer. He died. But that does mean... Oh, yeah. This place is a load of artifacts. It does mean that the secrets of life and death do exist somewhere. Wow, this is so many goblin pits in one area. That's crazy. I mean, I don't think our people can just figure out life and death. I think we need a necromancer or we need to loot a tower. It's kind of one or the other. My, how we've grown. We take up the whole screen now. From our first explorations into this little pocket, into this egg, into fairly rapid expansions after that. Slambo's been reelected. Glad to see it. Slambo rules. Let's make no mistake. I'm gonna have you go back to making steel and piggy pigs. And then I think we're just chilling. Giving Mona the cat some pets. See if I can't pick her up, give her a kiss. She seems very, very happy on my lap right now. Hi. You want to say hello to stream? She's like, no, man, I am out cold. You leave me alone. Don't pick me up today. We'll see. We'll see. Your guild's whole agreement with defense guilds has been satisfied literally just by smoothing their haul. They're like, we love it. Don't do anything else. You figured it out. This is a legendary stonecutter. Damn. I don't really have a lot of people fishing, which seems like a shame. Especially when I have people who are like fish dissectors. You know, it just seems like they should be doing that. Fish cleaners, like, you should be fishing. You're not going to get any better if you don't try. Competent. This guy can also do that. This guy could just do everything, man. He is a absolute Chad. I don't know why I have him on only smelt still. I guess it's just because I want him smelting so badly. Spinsters. Everybody does this, but I would like to ensure that some people do it only. Because I am sure that there is more than enough work for you guys. That they can just do that full time. Alright. Okay. Smooth out that. Smooth out that. Smooth out that, I guess. Why not? I mean, they're going to mine out those two pieces, but... Put a couple of statues in there. Ah. Bada boom. Bada bang. Beauty. Harmona, you want to say hi now? I'm going to pick you up. Hello. Say hi to everybody. Can you not punch me in the throat today? Thank you. Want to say hi? Meow, meow, meow. You're my show cat. Don't you understand? You're so floofy. You take such nice care of yourself. I gotta show you off. You're so pretty. You're so pretty, Mona. Alright. The abuse can stop. Oh, she hates it so. She'd live a happy life if I never picked her up. But I'd be miserable. Oh, we still gotta work on getting a lot of these guys down here. Blood. This cook is unconscious and seriously injured. He has been evaluated and received some sutures, but still needs a lot of work. How are we on the old doctor front? We have doctors, diagnostician. We have somebody that does everything. Do they do it good? No. Guy's a diagnostician. I'm gonna make you a doctor. I'm also gonna make this weaver a doctor. Just need some more docs, I think. That's half of being a cat owner. You get to annoy them in fun ways. Yeah, exactly, right? I'm always like, look, you don't do anything. I'm gonna give you a hard time because I'm allowed. You're just chilling here anyway. What kind of clay do I have? Fire clay, sandy clay, silty clay, clay loam. I think I'm just gonna make a bunch of clay statues. I don't know what to do with this clay, otherwise we're not really using it. We don't really need it. We might as well be fancy. I'd like to engrave these pillars. And then also set up a couple gold statues of weird various things. And I believe I said I was going to build a bunch of chairs. I read the other day about how engineer guild halls will actually have classes and they'll teach other guild members how to become like better mechanics. So I thought maybe if I build a bunch of chairs and make a kind of like lecture hall that people want to hang out in, maybe the guild members will teach other guild members how to do their jobs better. At least that's the hope. What's going on with all these empty cages? Are we still not making iron cages? I have lined up a ton of jobs here that nobody has managed. Papa Smurf, what are you doing? Holland Sweet Plods. He's a legendary planter. Like, I appreciate that he's farming, but I kind of need him to do his job as a manager more than anything else. Here you go. Interesting. So he was set to manage work orders, and then he immediately went to harvest plants. And none of my work orders got triggered. Well, one thing's for sure is I'm going to take you off wood cutting. He just managed everyone in his mind. A legendary manager. Oh, you didn't get this done? I mean, I told you about it in my mind. What do you mean that didn't get finished? I definitely remember telling you about this in my mind. That should have been enough to get it done. Oh, one too many. I mean, I guess once we're done these bedrooms, we'll finally be chill out on the stone cutting for a little while. Oop, oop. Oop. Yeah, that's where I wanted that door, totally. I thought it really loudly. You didn't hear my thoughts? I couldn't have been more clear in them. It was very obvious what I was thinking. God, I'm giving myself work PTSD over this. It's like every boss I've ever had in my life. Bedrooms. That work? Yeah. Cool. Also gonna go ahead and engrave all of these. I really like that some of these places have gold pillars. I don't know. I might just leave it at that if that's enough. I might just leave it at that. Now, I want all of my guild halls to move over here. Oh, what are they all called? Hold on. That's the pulley of silk. Squid of wind, livid clod, and copper oil. I'm just going to do this, this, and this. Squid of wind. The liver clod. And this one goes to the copper oil. And then last but not least, I just gotta clean up the edges. I don't want them, for some reason, thinking they should run out and be flying. Or that they're meant to hang out outside at all. Grand. I hope that pleases them. I hope that pleases you, my lord. I guess all this can be taken up if that's the case. Boop, 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 boop. And we'll relegate these gold statues into people's guild halls. Almost had enough. I mean, I had enough to do for everybody that mattered, so shouldn't have to tell you. You should just know how to do it. Datum Logomak, the ghostly potash maker, is haunting the fortress. A poor depressed weaponsmith. Hey, look, we're actually, we don't have any super angry dwarves. What we do have is another migrant wave. A siege engineer, mechanic and diagnostician. Surprise, surprise, a peasant. Surprise, surprise, another peasant. A soaper and fisher dwarf. I'm actually gonna just make sure that he is turned on fishing. A wound dressing peasant. A spinner. I appreciate that we get so many spinners. Another peasant. Great. Some pigs. Say 2. That's it. Dude, this person, I've just had this person on spin forever. I'm actually starting to wonder, do I put a second spinner in here? Maybe move the seed stockpile up here. I think I'm gonna do that. Or I guess like seeds. Because otherwise you get all the acorns and other shenanigans in here. So I'm going to get rid of you, and I'm going to say build workshop farming. Farmer. Build it out of whatever, I don't care. Just get it done. Yeah, all right. You think I can make anybody else my manager? These guys are all military dwarves, so they're no good. You're a bookbinder. Stacked Gooselabrod. You are not in the military. You're absolutely hired. You're not very good at your job, but if it's the only thing you have to do, because you don't have any books to bind, I think we'll be okay. At the very least, we can give it a try. We're also going to need 3 more gold statues. Actually, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more gold statues. Gold statue. 1, 2, 3, and then for the outsides, 2 and 2. I don't think we need anything up here. The Farmers Guild wants a guild hall. Good news, dudes. We got one ready to go, waiting for you. I'm shocked I didn't already have a farmer's hall. The Pass of Lakes. So we have stoneworkers, farmers, crafts dwarfs, farmers. Now you cheeks. You're just upset because your places aren't nice enough yet. This is the problem. Earthenware statues. Aha. Aha ha ha. There's the root of the matter. I made all those clay statues forgetting that they're not glazed. So let's make sure that's done. And a slab here. No. A slab. Select. Bedat him. Put him to rest. So we can stop being spooked. Boy, do these guys work. Another thing I think I'd do this in future guild halls, is I like the idea of like the Craftsdorf guild hall also having the Craftdorf workshops in them. Because the idea would be basically if someone was part of the guild hall, they'd want to be working on that job. And so it's like they'd hang out in the guild hall until the job was available, and then they would, you know, take it. All right, I gotta make sure these are gold. Gold, gold, goldy gold. And then, yeah, I guess I'm just hoping that it becomes enough. What's going on? These gold flasks keep getting disabled as well. I have a load of iron high boots here. This can't be the case that they don't have boots. Like I don't understand how the armor system works if this is the case. Like I have multiple sets of boots here. You guys I get. You don't have shields. You know, there is a bunch of copper equipment around that none of these people are wearing. Oh, you found a set of gloves. All right, well, I'm glad. You guys are missing steel chain leggings, steel mail shirts. So many boots around. Like, is the reason that they're not equipping these is because these armor bin boxes are glitched? So they're saying like, oh, well, I can't equip it out of the armor bin block, therefore I can't equip it. They don't go over other shoes. The only way I fix it was switching to replace normal clothing. Everybody has replace. Actually, these guys might not. These guys don't. You are right. We have their uniform to be worn over because they weren't meant to be working all the time. This was like our initial squad. But those guys are a replace exact. Replace exact. Oh, you're actually worn over exact. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because these are only rookie squads. And I wanted them wearing their basic stuff. Alright. Okay, so if I want to do that, I need to edit this outfit to also include clothing. To say replace, we need to have then shirts, trousers, and socks. This will all be iron. I'm going to let this be anything instead of doing the silk that we've done in the past. And I don't think I'm going to have them have leather gloves on. Iron basics. We're going to get rid of iron whatever. And let's see how much these guys freak out. Nobody has socks. Do we have a sock job? Silk socks we do, but we don't have yarn socks, and I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Oh, it's got to go up so many slots. Once a month, if socks is less than 10 and yarn is greater than 20. Boop, 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 boop. I'm fine with also keeping in silk sock. Just because it's pretty rare that we even have the silk to do it. Alright, let's see what they do. Hall of Stones is satisfied. That's good. Gold, 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 gold. Gold, 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 gold. You have your guild hall. You have your guild hall. You have your guild hall. Great. These are big enough for everybody to be happy with them. Not by a lot, but by a little bit. I do want to make more of these table designs and chairs, but I'm going to take my time doing this. Simply because we are really queued up at the moment. Trying to finish these bedrooms. I mean, it's so funny how I have a carpenter's workshop that literally only makes beds. 2 in 1 day. My dudes. Midsummer, we're running out of meat and fish, but the trade caravan should be here soon. And we definitely can buy everything off of it. It should also work. It should be able to get all the way down with wagons. What a dream that will be. I think what I'm going to do is actually just build another stoneworker temporarily, like right here. And I'm going to set them to just like make orthoclast blocks. Because I want to do these roads. They look cool. A masterpiece gold statue. Relates to the election of the dwarf Kumil hoist shoots to the position of mayor in some other city. Hi, I would love to know where these blind cave ogres came from. A collection of blind cave ogres have walked their way into my base. And I could not, for the life of me, tell you how they found their way in the first place. Is it through one of my weird bit coal mining veins? No. Did they just walk in the front door and murder everybody? Why are blind cave ogres coming in from the surface? Oh, sweet Jesus. You are dead. Where did they come from? There must be some way for people to get here. Maybe that's not flying, that I just haven't been able to deduce. Okay, so we have a huge issue. Thankfully, we have great military who would happily lend their talents to beating these blind cave ogres to death. How many people will die in the process? TBD. But it's gonna be a few. All right. Apparently all it took was like a single mace dwarf to deal with them. This guy was like, I'm just gonna walk really quietly around him and no one's gonna notice. Those guys have beaten him to death. Here's the big thing. We got to make sure that these guys get chucked into the volcano super fast. Our military is really good. This is the great news. I really don't know where they came from. Like, I'm at a strange loss. It must have been here. Maybe they like came through the water and just climbed up. That would make sense if they just climbed up right here. That would have led them right in, avoiding all of the everything else. Oh my god, right. And there's a bunch of these guys on the surface up here causing hell. It's another dead corpse up here. So I could be wrong, but I think these sparrows can't move. That one just got pulped, which is perfect. But we can send the military up to finish this guy off. He has a name, which is not great. And he's figured out how to fly, avoiding the path. He's killed 2 dwarves already. God damn. Surface is dangerous. Everything is dangerous. Okay. It's interesting that that sparrows seem to know, like, oh, this is dangerous in here. I'm just going to leave. And instead of hanging out, just like pee straight out. Also, this is kind of cool. If you remove a floor, it becomes unengraved. Why are you fighting? Oh, you're just dead. Good, 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 good. So we will try to throw these guys out before they get out of hand. And I will also attempt to link these levers to these cages so that my gobos can get destroyed. In a humane manner. As humane as it gets. Cool, this is pretty neat. They're not good statues, the glazed statues, but I mean, they're not as good as statues made out of pure gold for what should be, I think, pretty obvious reasons. But they ain't bad. Now, I have many animals. I can eat some of them. I think that's probably enough sheep. Especially considering how many more we have en route. Boy, oh boy, that's a lot of reindeer cow. Okay, that'll do. That'll keep us busy. Smooth that up. Everything else is nice and smooth. I would... General work orders allowed 1. None. If I do that and make this orthoclast blocks on repeat, which is I think what I'm going to do, it shouldn't pull in any of the other work orders. So hopefully whoever's down here is just going to make blocks for me. And this is fine. This is down in the caverns. Froth buzzards. 1 kill. That's it. Okay. Well, the Forgotten Beasts seem to be doing fine. This is a crazy fortress, man. Just the sheer amount of bodies that keep happening. Awesome. We're finally creating socks again, too. I am, like, really worried over how poorly these weapon traps seem to work. To the point that I might remake a bunch of them. Especially these ones in the front. And put in, like, you know, stacks of, like, full 10 maces. Because the hope was that like one of these corridors could take on like at least 10 people. An entire herd of yaks is what I was thinking. Or the entire group of sparrows. But what tends to seem to happen is that they just get beaten up a little bit and then they hit the cage traps. But if anybody else is hanging out around here, they also just get thrown in. So cinnabar stone would be much more effective, or lead, platinum, gold ore. For the flooring or for the traps? I don't even think we have cinnabar. We might have a little bit on the surface. Can't wait for all these donkeys to come back to life. See how fast our people can tan hides. It's gonna be a push. A farmer has been missing for a week. I think he's one of the guys outside. Old man Spearman. Today, no. Okay. The Olm invaders who just hang out in this tree are still just hanging out in this tree. There's a divine artifact right here. Maybe. Like, that's a perfect square of obsidian. Which is normally a good sign. Yes, yes, lots of people are missing. They're not missing, they're just dead. Very clear difference. Should be obvious. All right, I'll tell you what. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Melt object 33 times. Maybe I can reclaim some of the resources is what I'm thinking. I'm hoping that by melting them, it'll work. I can't say for sure. Melting masterworks. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Sure am. Melted a whole lot of masterworks because no one will pick them up because they're broken. A dwarven child has been missing. Interrupted by a mutilated corpse. Don't suppose y'all know where that corpse went, do you? Oh, that thief is just... Okay, you're down below. You're a problem. No, don't murder that small child. Run, small child. Yes. Yes. Yo, that was satisfying. They saved this poor baby. Ooh. This poor baby got like all of his fingers broken. All bruised up as well, but slow to heal, susceptible to diseases, and remarkably flimsy. Yeah, straight to the traction bench. I love it. Look, someone's coming over right away. He's been evaluated by a doctor. He needs cleaning, sutures, dressing. Smashed apart, moderate bruising. He is but a child. Who is going to tend to him? Will this man? Received donkey hair sutures on his left upper arm by a random military dwarf. I've never actually like just sat here and watched somebody get patched up, so. Dude, where's my corpse? They're all over the places, man. This place is... Most of the corpses are in the volcano. If I can help it, they're in the volcano. Can I ask a beginner question? Absolutely, dude. Fire away. I'm more than happy to help beginners. As much as I can. I can't guarantee you'll get an answer, but I'll try. Pull this lever. Let's pull this lever and see what happens. Hey, sure asked again. Coming back to clean the patient with some yak soap. Now he's suturing. This guy is pulling the lever. This is to this cage. Bam. Goblin. Mangled. How did that go? I guess it was this goblin corpse. Punched him in the hand. Bashed him in the lower body. Kicked him in the corpse. Wow, he did not last very long at all. Well, somebody pull the other lever then. This is very good. Very good training exercise. Just throwing undead goblins into the military complex where they're all training all the time. Because the moment they come out, they're just going to get bashed into pieces. Zombies are also like particularly sturdy. So they can take a good whooping. And then if anybody does get injured, the hospital is literally one floor below. Rocks are scattered all over my fortress. No one's doing the hauling. I checked labor and set everyone to do it. Do you have a stockpile set up for the stone? I guess would be the first question I would ask. It could just be that they're doing other things instead because they are like considered more important for them. You do need to have a thing set up with the right type of stone. So be that, you know, economic other stone, you know, if you want a chert stockpile. Made a stockpile just for stone. It might be then that literally you just don't have enough dwarves to do all the jobs you're trying to do. So there's a couple things you could do to like kind of troubleshoot it. One would be go to tasks and then see like store item in stockpile. You know, is anybody doing this job? This is all the jobs that are currently active in your fortress, right? And so you can literally get to kind of see, is anybody set up to do any of these things? You know, I have a lot of farm plots that need to be planted, apparently. Nobody's doing that right now. There are a lot of storage jobs, but not like too crazy many. Some of them have people, some of them don't. The other option you can do is basically like if it's that other people are just doing other things, you can literally go to haulers, select someone you want to be a hauler, and click this, turn it red, and this means that person will only haul. That's the only job that they will do. So sometimes it can be useful to set a couple people to only haul, especially in those situations. Having stone all over your base is not an unusual thing either. It can become a little difficult to get it all cleaned up, I will say. All this bad? Yeah, this is all destroyed. I'm going to let somebody just chuck that into the volcano. Stockpile that accepts stone instead of take from everywhere. No burrow stopping things. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you have a burrow and it's selected to... if this is turned off instead of on, then they won't... in theory, they won't go out and take anything. Always hide the stone. Yeah, that's true. I actually forget that this is just like in the base game. I probably should do it, but then I'd never know where anything is. You know what I mean? Cleaning traps. How is this dwarven child legendary? Oh, he obviously made something. Yeah, legendary bone carver. Cool. There's a mangled corpse here. If you don't mind, maybe when you're done cleaning that trap, could you pick up that corpse and throw it in the volcano, young child? He's doing it. I love it when that happens. This fortress is a monstrosity on its own. Cancel, hello, dude. How are you? How have your forts been? Because if you want another really, really, really great creator in general, but also someone who's been playing a ton of Dwarf Fortress, Cancel TV right there. Give him a follow. He's fantastic. I'm going to give you the shout. Cancel ITV. You've been chugging through forts non-stop. All right, can I get more of these done? 53. Finally, this can get some progress made. I'm gonna go all the way down here, I think. This is probably gonna be most of my blocks already gone. 15. I have 18. That'll do. I don't know how this is going to look. Because on the threes, the 3 wide streets, it's going to look great. On everything else, I feel like it's just going to be red streets. But it's also kind of pretty. Especially for a fort that's literally just above the magma sea. Something about it. Can check standing orders in the labor menu also. Make sure work and gather stone didn't get turned off. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, standing orders for hauling. This can be tricky. Like, a lot of the times if there's stuff on the surface, it's often because, like, workers ignore outdoor refuse. I always forget about that one, and I end up being like, why won't they grab this? And then I'm like, oh, right, because I told them not to. What's the source of your water that you're pumping to create the mist? You only need 2 buckets of water to create mist. Once you place it, they'll just pick up the water, move it to the next spot, move it to the next spot, move it to the next spot. As soon as you have 2 out of 7 on one spot, you have infinite mist. We're powering it also via a perpetual motion machine, a water generator, which is just literally grabbing water from here, spitting it here so it goes across these wheels, and then it just goes up and up and up and up and up. And this produces like 400 power. We need way less than that. It works well. Interrupted by wool. Interrupted by wool is just my favorite notification because it's just all the time. All right, let's link these up again. I forgot that we have a chest and a cabinet in here with the intention that they could store things. I was like, maybe I should smelt some of this down, and then I was like, it seems like we have a lot of stuff already. How are my metalsmiths? Pretty busy. I think we'll leave them. Leave them be. Too kind, get ready to defeat the circus and make a tavern down below. Oh, I'm excited for you. I've been thinking about doing that, but I don't think we're going to have time to do it on this fortress. My whole plan is to get a necromancer, but there's currently no necromancer towers available, which is a little unfortunate. Because I don't think there's any easy way to solve that. We have reclaimed the surface, though. Like, I would say that this has been a success. I mean, this is kind of one of my favorite things right now because every time a zombie dies, it just ends up like if someone gets killed by a zombie, they just become more training fuel. Obviously, it's not great, but it works. Do I need any of these shoes? Okay. Here's an idea. we've lost a lot of dwarves over time. We lost the boat, a couple of babies. We've lost a lot of children. Some are just missing, some are deceased. I guess my question is, how many people would I need in order to, like... Okay, here are really all the dwarves. It's not that many. A couple of merchants as well. Hilariously, you can see that most of the people who have died are farmers who insist on going to the surface for a non-existent gathering spot. The animal caretakers, same boat, because I often made them do planting work. Or plant gathering work, I should say. So what I'm thinking about is creating a tomb to house the dead. And I'm thinking about putting it right here. Or, you know, something like this. Some sort of like Hall of Heroes, but, you know, not heroes, just Hall of Unfortunate Victims. I feel like it's a fitting thing to, as part of the effort of reclaiming the dead, is trying to get to the surface and getting all of those bodies into tombs. Now, I know you might be thinking, Agent, you threw most of those bodies in a volcano. And you wouldn't be incorrect in that statement. Such is my way of life. There is little more I love more than volcaning a body. What? How am I going to do this? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 7 and 7? There's not a lot of room. Never the right way. That'd be 6, 12, 24. And I could create like... Ooh, I could create... What could I create? Staircases, statues. These would all just be individual tombs. Double entrance doors. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think this one will have a roof, considering it's in this weird side bit. I can work with this. I think this is kind of nice. Just what my stoneworkers needed. More things to build. They're not even done the housing, and now they're like, well, what if we build a bunch of housing for the dead? And obviously I'm not going to be able to do this little bit up here, because I didn't think that through. Do that. That, and that. And that. So we'll just shorten this one up a little bit then. Damn, if I'm going to do it like this, I'm going to do it on both sides like that then. How do I have a thing for symmetry at all, despite the way that I normally build everything? So this way it's 510, it's 20 per side. And we just kill off this on top, and that, and that. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. This will be a good addition. A little Hall of Heroes. Spending all my time making leaf rooms for first getting stuff randomly. Necromancer moved in, caught a giant cave spider and a giant cave dragon. Whoa. Getting a giant cave spider is incredible because you can set up silk farms. And then you have just an infinite supply of silk, and you can make all your clothing out of silk and silk socks and all sorts of stuff. Highly, highly recommend. I never seem to be able to capture one in all of my playthroughs. A dwarf scholar zombie is visiting. This is not the first time a zombie scholar has visited us. It might be the same one from before. Interrupted by donkey here. Interrupted by ram wool. Oh yeah, I guess I better. I have everything to just like be forbidden the moment it comes back to life, because otherwise it is extremely dangerous for me to deal with pretty much anything on the map. Mostly these sheep. Goddamn sheep. Spin, share, spin. I think that'll keep us busy. Typically one shear produces enough for a lot of spinning. Because it all keeps coming back alive. Like this wool will stand up in a minute and attack whoever is in here. But it's like fighting a big pillowcase, so it's not really a threat to anyone in the fortress. I think what happens is they go forage, they make little piles of things and later go to retrieve them. I had this issue as well. Interesting. There is a few weird AI things that I definitely struggle with, where I'm like, why do my dwarves think this way? I cannot figure it out. And I don't have an answer. I literally cannot figure it out to save my life. You can go all the way across. 87 orthoclast blocks. Wow, you guys did not mess around here. Well, I can't believe this isn't a three road, or this isn't a 3 road. I really flubbed my design. We go like this, like this. Gonna do the nice outside design here. I hope this looks nice. I'm putting so much effort into it. I sure hope it looks nice. All right, now we wait for more blocks. Planning on doing a dyed silk this for it. Nice. We have dimple cups. We don't use them. Like, I'm pretty sure all I need to do is go here and... No, look at this. Actually, we're milling them into dimple cups. So we should be... We actually should be auto-dyeing cloth. And I easily could if all I did was build a dyer. I don't like it being here, but I'm gonna put it there because it's the most convenient location for me. So heck, why not? The masterwork of them steel bones has been lost. This is the smelt down. Yeah, we're gonna get a few of those. Well, you guys are mace dwarfs. Didn't I have a mace dwarf somewhere that needed to go in this squad? Technically, anyone who learned how to get good with a mace can move in here. Novices, probably not. I'd rather them be the people who at least have some training. Talented mace dwarf, competent mace dwarf. Why not? Where's that other guy? There's another talented mace dwarf down here too. All these good mace dwarfs sneaking around. Didn't even realize. And my hammer squad should also be able to find the same sort of thing. Skilled hammer dwarf. Proficient hammer dwarf. Adept, adequate. We'll go with adept. There's a few people taking out of the wads of paging. Books of Peace and Gloved Weakness is where I want to grab guys from here. A talented axe dwarf? Sure. I hear fighting. This guy is a proficient spear dwarf. I think I'm going to grab him. He's probably pretty good. Is this a serious fight or is this just a fight against some wool? I think it's just a fight against wool. It's so funny because the sheep basically come down and end up stomping the wool most of the time. Then I just have to babysit. Wow, okay, and this was a peasant squad. It just lost most of its people out of it. They all got promos. It's insane that there is this many peasants in my fortress. So it's like scroll to the bottom. No, there's more peasants. No problem. How many peasants do you want? We got more. We have an infinite supply of peasants. Dyed fort with images sewn in. Ooh, that's so nice. Can I set this to auto dye? I guess I could just say dye cloth forever. It's a really good way to increase the value of like everything you have. Dyeing and sewing thread in. I mean, we make so much thread that it's really like no problem for us to do it all. And yet, I still don't do it. I mean, I'm literally making dimple cups. Just as like a regular farmed good. And I haven't even bothered dye anything yet. Until right now, so. Though I will also say, I don't typically have a lot of problems getting the value up in my forts. For whatever reason, I do these small forts. And they always skyrocket to 200 population and become a full mountain home extremely quickly. It's almost like I've been playing this game for a really long time. Let's see, blocks. 21. This is true bouginess, what I'm doing right now. Never have I just decorated floors for fun. Just to make it look nice. I feel like images will be hard now that I like to do the clothing shops, having them store new clothes in shops only. I can't seem to... I don't know what it is about this fortress, but I can't seem to keep up on clothing. Like, they're constantly churning out new pants, new shirts, new socks. And they never seem to have enough. Like, my military is always missing shirts. But I just had a standing order to say, like, every month, if you're less than 10 shirts, less than 10 pants, less than 10 socks, make 10 more. Maybe I should up the number, but I feel like, given the fact that I never go over one cloth bin, like if I had trade goods coming in, it would be a different story, but it is autumn. Which does mean the trade caravan is showing up very soon. Oh, good. Our training levers are ready. Also, some of those earthenware statues are ready to go. Are you pulling that lever? Are you pulling that lever? Who's pulling that lever? This guy. This guy's pulling the lever. See how this zombie does. Oh, this is the snatcher. Oh, he didn't stand a chance. Let's get the other guy in there. This poor goblin. We do have some stuff for a zoo as well, which I keep forgetting. From when, I think when the elves visited us and just like exploded on the map. Same thing, dwarves are like Black Friday shoppers. Yeah, they just gobble up everything. It's absurd. Here we go. Wow. I think they one-shotted him. He definitely didn't last long. All right, well, anybody else in a cage? Puchin. Peregrine. I have a dwarf in a cage. I could have sworn I had 2 dwarves in cages. I most certainly do. Bring me down these corpses, please. What is this guy picking up with a wheelbarrow? Oh, he's picking up the cage. Oh, that's very cool, actually. Way faster for him to do it that way. I have glazed all those fancy statues I made. Earthenware. An earthenware statue of Iton. That's nice. This is just like the clay I bought and stole. I just want to decorate the town a little bit. I think this will look okay. It's a bit weird right now as it's like still incomplete, but it'll come together. Now, dude, this guy is still... He's never going to be free. I'm starting to understand why people build like 4 masonry shops. You know, I think about it like when I hit engrave, like when I just tell my guys to smooth and like 50 dwarves just descend upon whatever I've targeted. And the job is done in seconds. I just think like, well, maybe if I had like 4 stoneworker shops, all these jobs would get done instantly. Instead of extremely slowly. 47 steel bars. Tell me, what are you missing the most? Pretty much everything. Steel chain, steel mail. Steel mail, steel leggings. I'm going to do them in small batches still. Because I'm paranoid. Greaves and high boots. I mean, I'm seeing Masterwork steel boots literally right there. Where are the guys in iron? Isn't that these guys? Hey. Hey. My guys in iron actually are fully equipped. In theory, that means I can start upgrading these guys out of copper. I see no reason not to do this. They're going to hit a huge thing where they're like, we don't have nearly enough iron to do this. Nearly enough iron armor. But it'll help. Iron leggings and iron gauntlets are the first two. I'm going to do... No, you know what? I'm going to stick with 5s. And then as we go down, it's just like everything. What's really nice is as they drop off all their copper, it should allow the next group down to pick up that entire outfit. So in theory, what I then do is I create a new squad, and then they get the next set of hand-me-downs. Now, this is really interesting. Every time somebody drops a gold flask, which they only do when I'm updating their equipment, it gets forbidden. Which I'm sure probably means I also need another 10 gold flasks. Because we fancy boys. The base is looking good. Thank you. We're doing a little decorating today. We've been lining the streets with orthoclast. Trying to make some nice designs. Our squads are getting together. We actually have access to the surface via the trap tunnel. Now, we don't like coming up here if we can avoid it, because there's like hordes of water buffalo still wandering around. Undead water buffalo, to clarify. But it does work. We are stopping some people with it. Ooh, I have a very good question. Where am I in silver mesas? And is the answer 40? Definitely doesn't look like it. 15. What are the gold coins or coins in general good for? Trade goods. So I smith gold coins. I like using coins. I think technically it's better to do things like make golden goblets or golden crowns or basically any of the gold crafts. Especially if someone is like, hello, I would like to buy scepters off you next year. You should just switch all your coin production to scepters. But for me, it's like gold coins are really lightweight, meaning you can sell basically an infinite supply of them. So you can buy everything off of a merchant very easily. And even if they only have like yaks, you just trade them like a box of gold coins and they're like, yep, no problem. See you later. So if you have magma smelters and you have access to gold, they're extremely cheap and easy to make. They have a base value, so like a very standard base value. So they're always the same amount every time when you sell them, which is helpful. Ooh, Fiendish Mist. That's a lot of it. Like, I don't love that it seems like every time the Fiendish Mist rolls in, it rolls in directly above my entrance. Because it means if anyone goes outside, you're getting misted. Right? Like, if someone was to come up here right now, say like a dwarven child hauling something from the surface, it'd get hit by this mist. The good news is it doesn't seem to go in that far. It does come in a little bit, though. Which is worrying. I think in theory I could pull this bridge and it would never be an issue. Oh, wow. Look at all this good equipment in this lake. All right, well. Hopefully it doesn't be a problem. Yeah, so anyway, I really like gold coins. I just find they're easy to trade with. They're simple to have. You can grab one box and its value is like 20,000. So you're like, great. I don't need to bring any more boxes to the trading depot. If you make them, they're basically the only thing you need to make. Though that being said, I still make other stupid things. Okay, let's see if I do that. Okay, have to just do the outsides here. Nope. Bump, 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 bump. And we can go boop. Bump. And like this. Right, that workshop's going to be temporarily in the way, but that's fine. It's also where I'm sure all those blocks are just being put, so. Oh, nice. Also, this is done. Done-ish. So, smooth. 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 Probably don't need that done. An enormous humanoid composed of red zircon, a round shell and a bloated body. Beware its poisonous gas. Geef. Geef sounds like he's gonna give me grief. A forgotten beast made out of gems is never pretty. Oh, he looks cool, though. Thankfully, he's on cavern level 3, so we don't have to worry about it. He's just going to fight with the undead hordes that live in this cavern, and we are never, ever, ever going to go down here. I think this is kind of one of the funny things about this is I don't know how I would even begin to breach the circus, because I would need to breach cavern 3 in order to do that. And Cavern 3 is a goddamn nightmare. Right? Like, he just killed a couple blind cave ogres. There's undead crundles all around. There's a couple of undead forgotten beasts down here, which he will encounter and probably get pummeled. But yeah, I don't know. He's made out of gemstones. The other forgotten beast down here is also made out of gemstones. I'll be curious if they become friends. Wouldn't want the Scepter Dwarf to not have his 8 scepters per hand. I love that all the forgotten beasts always come down into this lake. You're seriously injured? Wow. My dwarves did better against those cave ogres than you did. Incredibly quick to heal and very fragile. He is rock climbing. So he's actually like above. He's a couple Z layers above when he does that. Interesting. So humanoid forgotten beasts can climb rocks. Super good to know. It's potentially very fun for me, depending on where they show up. Yeah, we're okay on food. So this is 5, 10, 15, 20, 40, 60 doors and 60 coffins. I gotta be honest, man. I might make some of this out of metal. I have 286 coke. Whoa. I have 789 copper. You know what, man? You know what, man? You don't even know, man. I could bury everybody in copper. Or I could make all their doors out of copper. I kind of like that. It'll also, like, just give these dudes a bit of a breather. They've been working non-stop. Then again, so have the magma forges. And they're making more important things. We'll wait them out. We'll see how it goes. Cabinets for everybody. Six of these. Oh my god, are we done? Except for doors? Yes. Oh my god. Incredible. I need 6 more doors. Which is correct. I have 6 doors queued up. Everyone gets dripped out in copper swag. Coldest dwarves in all the mountain fortress. I mean, like, I do wonder, can I make clothing? Adamantine. Oh, okay. Yeah. I was wondering, like, could I just make copper cloaks for people? That would be super cool, actually. 10 Dorite thrones is complete. If you were to ask me what I was doing with them, I think it would be this. That was a misclick. I clearly need a lot more of those thrones. There's multiple floors to be done here. These guild halls look nice, though. I'm really happy with the way this turned out. I should have bent the corners in the back, but yeah. No harm, no foul. The other really cool thing to do in future guild halls would be to put pedestals in them so that every time an artifact is made, it goes in the guild hall that just, like, made that artifact. I pretty much always just stick all my artifacts in display either in my temple or my tavern. But putting them in the guild hall really is like, you know, you're saying like, well, this is theirs. They made it. They deserve it. No, why that wasn't selected. This is nice. This is a bougie set of tombs. This will look good. Eventually. Steel, mail, leggings, greaves. All done. So that was for, I think, these guys. Why is everybody apparently missing pants? Steel chain leggings is a hot ticket item. Is it now? Yeah. Big time. Male shirts as well. All right, well, let's go steel leggings. Ken? Let's just do 10 and 10. Even though I can see some up here. So these dudes in copper. These dudes in copper. How are they missing anything? Greaves? Leggings? You gotta be joking me here. Worn over clothing. That shouldn't be a problem. Nothing here should be stopping you from wearing greaves. Oh no, something stinky. Oh no, this is gonna really upset my dwarves. I forgot to throw out the goblins after I finished killing them. Oof, that's a mistake. There's a mistake if ever I've seen one. Yikes. Yeah, they're all going to be really upset by that. That's a lot of stinky, rotty corpses. It's one thing to have to fight a zombie goblin. It's another thing to just have to, like, train in and around its corpse. Its post-zombie corpse. I know I've said it a lot, but I really like this fortress design. It does seem to generally be pretty efficient as well. Like, the only thing that's really inefficient is getting stuff from the mine, like the upper layers. But I feel like we have enough wheelbarrows and everything. It's not really a problem. You know? Alright, my next question is whether or not I should be making backpacks. I think the real answer is probably just make leather gloves. Because everybody can use leather gloves. Regardless of citizenship. Could also make leather shoes. Do I have a leather shoe job? No, I don't. Right, because I actually don't have... This came from a trade caravan. I actually don't have access to regular supplies of leather. Like, the only leather we get is stuff that we've killed for. Yeah, you know, that's expensive. I am going to prep the zoo. I think. So I'm not quite sure exactly how I want it. I don't know, man. This design for this library is just so nice. It's hard to say no to it. There's a bunch of books in here, it looks like. The History of the Stars. How are we doing? We got scribes, we've got scholars, we got writing materials. A lot of legendary observers in my military because all they do is sit around and watch people teach them how to train. Adequate mechanic, novice diagnostician. Now you sound like a great person to make a scholar out of. Everyone else is just a dabbling reader, so I don't really want them doing anything. We can let our one scribe scribe. Everyone else can just come in and read stuff. I like that we actually have like a sizable amount of books somehow. I feel like I don't know how that happened. We've got a couple scholars, I guess, visiting us on the regular, but You're going to link to that. And you're going to link to that. That doesn't exist for some reason. Hopefully you'll figure that out. Okay, I have a lot of mechanisms, so I believe it wise to do another layer of the trap corridor, particularly here. I don't know how many maces I actually have for this, but getting a few of these in will at least make me feel a little safer. Okay. 42 of these. Yeah, I mean, I guess these roads are next. Like, I could make the 2 wide roads, like, red on one part and then dorite on the other. Maybe that would actually look nicer. Let's run a test, shall we? It's all about that interior design. 3, I don't have enough. Okay. Of course, this is now not going to connect up properly here, but, you know. I guess we'll see. It is cool, though, because, like, most of the base is indoor, right? But then there's a bunch of stuff down here that's in orthoclass. Like, it's a good two-tone. Scholars are visiting. Cabinets and coffers. Oh, they're literally on the last one. So they've almost chewed through 50 cabinets and 50 coffers. All for this massive bedroom complex. Which I basically need to do immediately a second time. Like, realistically, I should put another one of those right here in the same design. But, I mean, everybody doesn't need a room. Not yet. I would rather get the little Hall of Heroes done. Just speaking of, do I have any gold statues? I do. I have many. Some of them... Oh, no, we're all done here. All right. Well, I want to at least put in those. That'll be 4 more. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 16? Thank God, I'm obsessed with making gold statues in this version. All right, this is the zoo. We can smooth that out. These are the little things that drive me nuts when I'm like, oh, I didn't carve out this corner piece. I probably should have. And the only way for me to fix it is to build a giant staircase that goes all the way up. Or like a bridge from here. Staircase makes more sense. Alert! A dwarven baby has been missing for a week. Well, let me guess. Are they on the surface somewhere? What's its name? Eatum Gattenrag. It's a dead yak bull. And a lot of blood. The key is just to look for the blood. So amazingly, like, most of these courses have been around for a very long time and are still soaked in it. Who knows, man? Babies go missing all the time. It probably just fell to its death. Look at all these sheep. Fake wool. Spin thread, spin thread. Make me 1,000 yak thread. "51 Dorite doors has been complete. The Corridors of Fortune, a performance troupe, are visiting. An elf poet, and a dwarven poet, who's also good with a sword. Oh, a couple dwarven poets, actually. I like how this performance troupe is mostly just poets. And migrants have arrived. Oh my god. A high master brewer, competent tanner. Bunch of animals. A peasant. A pretty good fisher dwarf. I'm going to make sure you're set to fish. Yaks. Another peasant. I kind of wish there was a guild hall for peasants that like peasants would all go to together and be like, why don't we learn how to do something with our lives instead of being awful at everything until we get drafted into the military as meat shields? Wouldn't that be nice? More peasants. That's it. I think that's it. All right. One of them was a very good doctor, so I want to make sure that he is set to doctor. He was an accomplished diagnostician and something else. I hear a kitty cat meowing at me. Hello. My other needy cat. What's on the floor here? A gold flask. Gold flasks for everybody. I am kind of thinking about hiding all the rock. Just so I could see what it looks like not filled with garbage. You know what I mean? So unnecessarily dirty. Zoom, zoom. Yeah, I don't know. The two-tone is neat, but I think I'm just going to stick with coloring everything in. 50 cabinets complete. At least all these blocks are fast. Boom. Won't take us too long. So with the induction of like us conquering the surface, obviously now my next thought is like, do we conquer other cities. It's all limonite and this is all chalk. Shale. Where's the pit of marble we were digging out? There it is. Ooh, some nice gemstones as well. Seems like this flux is in kind of constant use, so it just helps to remember to do that every now and then. The Light Hell. It's the name of the name of the site government. The Light Hell. Man, we're not regular hell. We're just like hell light. You know, the cool hell, we like to think of ourselves as. I mean, what's really interesting is that we're allied with this group of dark dwarves. Like, that's our civilization. But then they're surrounded by dark goblins everywhere else. 60, 50. I mean, these are all pretty big populations. Compared to like 10 and 20s that are up here. So I guess dark dwarven pits just mean like this is a dark goblin pit that the dwarves have taken over. Dark dwarven fortresses of demon combined. Ooh, that's a badass name for a dark fortress. And obviously attacking growl stakes really interests me. Only slight suffering in Hell Light. Just inconveniencing, really. We don't want to bother anybody too much. One, two. Boop, boop. Part of me is just thinking about doing all of the floors red now, not even leaving this like central strip. Just because I really screwed up the planning. I should have made more connecting 3 roads. Oh well. See, Levy. How are my death levers? One is linked up, one is not. I would like to pull this lever so that you guys can mutilate your old friend who has now turned into a zombie. And all of you with your axes and maces can pummel him to death. Good show, everybody. Now yeet him into a volcano, please. How's the other one? Yeah, you know what? We might as well just link it and pull it like right away. It's not as if there's not going to be a million people here all of the time training. Interesting that like none of our people have become mace lords. I mean, I know I have them on split shift training, but it's also been a while, right? Like, they're all really good at watching each other train. They seem to be less good at training themselves. It's probably my fault for the way I have the schedules set up. All right, you guys are spinning and spinning. This is just utter chaos. I guess the good news is, like, anytime I need to refresh my meat supply, it's pretty simple to do. All right. That is clearly the other zombie I am hearing. Let's make sure he gets thrown out. So, You are missing steel chain leggings and steel high boots. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pairs of steel chain leggings that nobody is wearing. You are all missing the same thing. You know what? We're making more. Why don't I just, like, chill, bro? Here's a great question, actually. What, like, my armor smith? This guy's a legendary armor smith. I don't know why he's doing anything other than armor smithing. You know what I mean? That seems like that should be his full-time job. I suppose I could create a job that's like armorsmith and weaponsmith combined. And blacksmith combined. And put certain people on that. That wouldn't be the worst idea. So I'm just thinking like Jebediah here. He's good at weapons. He's good at armor. He's a military commander. So obviously, like, what I mostly want him doing is military commanding. But if he's not doing that, there's no reason he can't do everything else. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to say weapon, armor, blacksmithing, metal crafting. And you're going to be my metal worker. So I want you on that. And this guy's good at metal crafting and weaponsmithing. But he is my furnace operator, my main furnace operator. This guy's depressed all the time. So I don't know what to do with him. I'm just going to let him be. All right, you know what? That should maybe at least improve things a little bit. As long as I didn't say only selected. Or I guess, yeah, only selected is correct. Smelter and spinster. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. All 4 of them will do that, but these 2 will only do it. I don't know if this is going to conflict now. My big concern is I have metal crafters. Let me turn this guy on this. You know what? You know what? They might as well just learn. I don't need masterwork everything. Becomes a bit of a problem when they fall into a volcano anyway. Hello, what's up, dude? Dwarf suspended the construction of weapon trap interrupted by a left hand. Well, that doesn't seem good. What's even more concerning is I don't know where that hand is. Oh my. Here we go. There it is. Is that hand gonna go into all those? Look at that. That's what I'm talking about, baby. This is my second. This is actually my mid-level set of traps. But that worked perfectly. That pulped it on the first shot. Sorry, that's my third level. That's my emergency final step. Yeah, wow. Alright, well, it's starting to work. The ceiling is up. These nuts, am I right? Got him. Nailed it. What's up? Like 100 floors of mountain. That's what's up. An endless supply of stone crafting and metal smithing. And a very impatient man who keeps trying to build things that aren't ready to be built. Amazing to me that nothing is in the stoneworker's shop. I guess this is pretty full. We do have a couple of these earthenware statues. Maybe we can, like, put them out on display for fun. Perhaps here. We have 4 stoneware statues. Let's do this. Put 3 of them out. I like it. It's 2 humans and a plump helmet man. Just slowly decorating the place. I just want people to walk around and think like, oh, look, that's so nice. They didn't have to put a statue here. How generous. Then it's just orthoclast blocks until I die. I did make a bunch of these pedestals. I think I intended them to all be in here. Or I should say, like, in these different guild halls. 7. Oh my goodness. I built this one wrong. These have 4 between them. These have 3. I'm a fool. A failure. Oh well. I'm not going to get too hung up on it. I can't believe it didn't take me that, it took me that long to notice. I am also going to need, what is that, 4, 5. Let's start with 5 thrones. If I can have these 2 bottom floors done, I'd be pretty content with that. At least to start. Socks and shirts. Yeah, who's this little guy? A superiorly designed image of Tomka Fangcharmed, the plump helmet man. He's laboring. It relates to the settling of the plump helmet man Fangcharm in the ace points of 62. This is glazed with superior quality ash glaze. I like how terrible these statues are. They're worth like $100. Relates to the killing of the human by the rock. Man, we've got a few statues about this rock just absolutely murdering people. Here's another one. Here's another one. This is about the expedition leader of the merged silvers. But I think like a bunch of these statues, this statue is also about, yeah, sod sunslarks. Just moitering people. All right, so this, we were going to make a zoo. Now, the fancy thing to do would be to make glass cages, aka aquariums. But avocado wood and cashew wood also seems kind of nice. We are then going to make this a meeting area. Can I make it a zoo? Is a zoo an option here? No. Temple Guildhall Inn Tavern. Unnamed zoo. So it's just as a meeting hall, it just becomes a zoo. You can also do like a statue libraries, art galleries, whatever you want to call them. If you just put a bunch of artwork and statues in a place. And I tell you what, we're gonna need. We're gonna do these step at a time. Or I guess a floor at a time is maybe the correct way to put it, but. And like the whole thing is doorright. Pretty much everything we do is doorright, so I'm just gonna keep it as that. We're gonna use the orthoglass for the flooring. And magma safe stuff if we need it, but all that furniture is going to just keep being made out of doorright. So that'll be the first floor of that. It's going to be messy. It might look good when it's done, though. So many dwarves just hanging out in the tavern. Oh, I guess we do have. Yeah, we have all these like humans and elves who have shown up as part of the performance group. I love that we just have a dance floor on like you're gonna just skip this floor. This is where we do all the pumping. Just ignore that. Doesn't look very nice. Climb all the way up. Don't go too far because then you'll just see a bunch of graves on the roof. Okay, I have a load of empty barrels, which means I'm running low on food. Where is the caravan? My next question. Mid-autumn. You got some splaining to do mid-autumn. You know, if I dug this out in a channel. Oh, I guess I'd have to get rid of this whole staircase. That wouldn't work. Thinking about digging out around this building and connecting all this in. I mean, I guess I could. It's not like anything is ever going to come in through here. With this papaya wood floor hatch being permanently closed now. If I really, really, really wanted to, I could just like remove a set of these stairs, build a downstair, put in a pillar or something. Yeah, we got options. All right, perpetually my question keeps being like, will my military equip themselves? There's a bunch of new steel high boots in. Don't understand. Just put the boots on. Oh, you found the gloves? Some of you did. I think some of you found leggings. Oh, again, they're being marked as yellow. These guys have everything. The only thing they've not figured out is this guy only has a single iron high boot. He needs 2. And if he was to look, he'd find 3 right here. So this shouldn't be a problem. And y'all are really short on steel chain leggings as well. I mean, I am seeing guys come up here, so they must be swapping stuff out. They must starting to be picked them up. We have more coming. And if these guys are all in copper, what are they missing? Copper high boots and metal shields. How we're missing a metal shield still is beyond me. But clearly we are, so. And I'm going to take a wild guess and say that the reason that they're not getting those boots on are because they're wearing shoes. And I have this on over clothing. And I'm okay with that. Yeah. Honestly, I'm okay with that. They're just wearing copper to train, so... I'm starting to feel like I need a bigger barracks. It's kind of cramped in here. Etab Terracitib, ghostly stonecutter, has risen and is haunting the fortress. I appreciate when they come back as ghosts, honestly. It's really them just saying like, hey, no, I deserve a nice resting place. Hook me up. Enough of this nonsense. Give me what I need. Give me what I want, what I really, really want. Okay. So I did say we were going to do these strips as well. And so we will try. All right, that's everything. Yeah, it's really funny. It becomes like a 4-wide road down here. Almost by total mistake. Plus one Spice Girls reference. Then I gotta throw them in there sometimes. Otherwise nobody pays attention. I'm not throwing down a little spice. One, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 15, 18, 19. I could just make the top floor of this all of the graves. Or, actually, you know what? It's so wide, I could actually put slabs in front of these pillars. So it kind of goes like tomb, slab, tomb, slab, tomb, slab. There's two ways to get my attention. It's Mona and the Spice Girls. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know what's going on, why they don't hang out on the cat camp blanket anymore. I got that fancy new cape. I think it's actually just that my house is really cold. They seem to be hanging out on like the warmest blankets in the house. So I'm assuming they're just freezing to death. It's the only thing that makes sense. That's so many balls. That's so many bins. So many bins of metal. Where are you going with this sheep? Milking it. I guess it does make sense. Pump helmets, eggs. We have so much cheese. Honestly, it's the eggs and the cheese that's basically keeping us alive. Your cat's name is Baby Spice. Does that count as one or both? Ooh, it's definitely a twofer. Definitely a twofer. I think that's fair. What do we have here? A peregrine falcon and a capuchin monkey. This guy's just hanging out. Interested after watching a performance, relieved being near a waterfall, fondness while talking to an acquaintance, euphoric due to inebriation, interested in learning about dodging, satisfied upon improving singing. He was bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Skilled speaker. Skilled singer. That's really cute. Ah, you know what? I put all these pedestals down here, and I remembered what I actually made them for was the tavern. I was going to put instruments on the dance floor. Pon de floor, as they say. I actually have a question about the tavern, which is how many goblets do we have? 50. And we have 168 dwarves. I feel like we should have 84 goblets. If that's the case. And 20 stringed instruments. I also feel like I probably need another tavern keeper. Anybody good at this? Junior the Miner. Yeah, actually, you're pretty good at that. And you also have a name, so I kind of like it. I don't know where all these goblets came from. Looks like we're not missing that many, so I'm just going to say, like, gold goblets. Let's make 15 of them. Just for kicks. Okay. How do we feel about sending out a military squad? I mean, if they could get their steel leggings. These guys are still missing oodles and gaboodles of stuff, but... Mace, flasks, leggings, shirts. It's always the worst when it's like all you have to do is wait. I never know what to do with myself. Donkey hair thread and alpaca wool. Yak hair. Sheep wool. So you can make thread out of the hair as well that you get from butchering. That's interesting. I mean, how this is not just going 24/7. I guess we just run through it so fast. This guy's making leather gloves. Are you even good at making leather gloves? Nah, you're okay. You're adequate at it. This administrator, man, this guy does a little of everything. He's like, sure, I'm really good with a mace and pretty good with a sword. I'm a professional teacher. The Hall of Rock has many members in Boatshonor and now requires a grand guild hall. This is the Stoneworkers Guild. Which one are you? Farmers. Craftsdwarfs. The Hall of Rock, 31 members. Well, have I got news for you. This is super easy to solve. Watch this. Boom. Solved. What do they need? They need a divine artifact. That's all. Take that out of the tavern. You know, put it somewhere else. I'm assuming that automatically removes it from here, right? Yep, it does. Where's that shield? The other one. Oh, there it is, the bone shield. Yeah, I mean, there's so much stuff in the temple here that I could literally just pull artifacts out of this to fill this. Like, technically, it's the stoneworkers. The only problem being is I don't know how much everything is worth. 27. 20. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure I can go to objects. Artifacts. Oh, look, written content. Cool. Bunch of family heirlooms, mostly crossbows. Yeah, there's a couple ways I could do that. Not gonna panic. Here thread can't make cloth. Not sure if it can be used as thread either. The Hall of Rock must be opulent. Did that work? I just gave you a divine artifact. You think that that would have easily skyrocketed that into a grand guild hall? Only members can visit if the guild is established. Oh, that's kind of cool. Guild hall, 27. Grand guild hall? Okay, so clearly that worked. We can't get rid of any statues. The hilarious and confusing part about it being now that, like, why is my bookkeeper so bad? Why don't we know the value of anything? Like, why is Fred from accounting so bad at keeping a record? He's in here. Well, he's just eating. Look, man, he hasn't kept a record in so long, he's rusty at it. This dude is a legendary cook. Is he the one that we made? Is he the one that we made an artifact about? It is! That's hilarious. It's Azet wire blankets. This figurine was made, and it just depicts the masterful biscuits that our bookkeeper made 1 year, 3 years ago. We remember it fondly. These doors aren't for there, they're for here. And I had exactly enough, and now I don't. Please, sir. I wish to be done with this. Everybody's got a cabinet. Everybody's got a chest. Everybody's got a room. Yes. Oh, it's finally done. We've completed the 50 dwarf hab block. Yeesh. Can I be the accountant? I'm one IRL? Yeah, man. Absolutely. That's you. I can... Oh, no, you can't. Sorry, Fred from accounting is he's already named Fred from accounting. That's why they keep him around. Because of the food. I can give you the name of a character, though. I can give you our manager. Stackit. Who hopefully is actually doing her job. Yeah, she's been doing her job. She also binds books. You're an accountant, aka, you know, you could call yourself a bookkeeper, a bookbinder. Kind of works. Sort of works. All right, my next big question. How are we on doors and coffins? Not great. How are we on display pieces? 2. And one of these days I'm going to just build a big... what I had originally wanted to do for this place, and I don't know kind of why I didn't do it, is like the first floor would be a guild hall, then the second floor would be like the workshops for that guild hall, and then the third floor would be storage, or the basement would be storage. Or maybe the guild hall on top. Maybe like bedrooms on top. That'd be a cool way to do it. Bedrooms on top, guild hall, workshops, storage. I mean, let's be honest, it's probably 2 floors of workshops, guild hall on top, storage in the basement. I think that would be like the ideal way to make the fortress. Because it would all kind of be nearby. So anytime somebody gives up from their job to go eat, someone else would be able to move in. Needs unrotten hair, wool, or body part. Wow, are you guys really through all the wool? Glorious. We'll just do that. 4 should last them for quite a while. Excuse me, who is on the surface? What the heck are you doing? Oh, you're a scholar. Good luck. Goodbye. He's a Hollywood accountant. Paperwork always goes missing when they're involved somehow. Oh my god. Ugh. I also worked as an accountant for a very long time. Not a very long time, but for a while. And I worked a lot in like the music industry, and we would deal with like big record label and like big musician accountants and stuff like that. And man, did they love making money go missing. And you'd be like, hey man, can you explain where this went? And they'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, okay, well, I have to tell the band about this, so you better figure it out real soon. They never would. They would instead just like go missing. Scumbags, a lot of them. A whole lot of them. 14, 11, there we go. Adelhard the second. Yeah, we can throw him in there. Hello, Vermantis. How you doing, dude? Adelhard, let's get you in charge of a military squad. Oh, no, Likotabar. Could I be incorrect in saying, is this the guy who's just like constantly depressed? Our weaponsmith? Is he also a military captain? That can't be right. No. Our metalsmith is there. Yeah, he's angry. I mean, he's not furious anymore. This guy's normally furious all the time. Oh, that's a typo. I always love naming military characters after people, because it's the most likely that they die in a glorious explosion in combat. Romantis dude, how you doing? Welcome on in, welcome on in. Welcome to the fort. Just paving the streets red with blood. What if we have a fair bit of cobaltite? I could do black inlays in cobaltite. Or like deep blue. I don't really know what color you would call that. Looks black to me. Because it's really then just those streets and these like couple little palazzos that would really get designed. Maybe. Might look nice against the door, right? Kind of that white gray of the door, right? We're at 170 pop now. I legitimately don't understand how this fortress has survived. It's crazy to me. Okay, so one of the guys who's upset, I'm going to tell you right now, the reason he's upset is because every time he goes to work, he shears sheep, and those sheep come back to life and start trying to kill him. This is why this guy is upset. He doesn't feel anything about seeing them, but he does feel vengeful about having to fight them all of the time. He's also lonely. He's horrified reliving being attacked by the dead. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Doesn't feel anything after watching a performance. He doesn't feel anything when he sees the dead bodies, but when he thinks back about it afterwards, he's like, God, my job sucks. What an awful place. Like, not only do I not get to hang out with all the other dwarves, you know, in the part of the fortress that's not got forgotten beasts like lurking overhead, but also the things I work with keep coming back to life and trying to kill me. Yeah, he's still up here. He don't know what to do. I guess he'll never heal this foot. I don't even remember what this guy's deal was. Deadly dust. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, like the worst one. Like fire, except steel does nothing to protect you from it. Ragnar, son of Ragnar. Who do we got? We have any more noble leaders? Yeah, Fickard. He's pretty good. He's a skilled hammer dwarf. Ragnar, son of Ragnar. That's a great name. Because you can always just... You never know which Ragnar he's the son of. Look at all this masterwork, man. It's great to see. Like, pretty much everything we're making is masterwork quality. Now, no doors. So many jobs. Excuse me. Assemble adamantine ballista bolts. No, thank you. What's this guy doing? Sleeping? A spear dwarf, proficient spear dwarf. Walking around with his mace in hand. You gonna go with that mace? You're a novice mace dwarf, a novice hammer dwarf, and a proficient spear dwarf. This guy managed to get an axe, and he is lucky to have it. Actually, didn't I make a couple iron axes? Ideally, I would like these people to not be walking around with copper weapons. But I don't think they're ever going to listen to me, so what am I going to do? They're going to do whatever they want. Let them roam free. So this is cool. The stoneworkers are actually hanging out in here now. Just socializing, which is not great, but like it's better than nothing. A potter in the farmer's hall here. Potter. Man, you're still making steel. Not a lot of it, though. All right. One thing I would like, you know, it's a bit of a funny thing, but like having multiple speeds, I think in Dwarf Fortress would be nice. In the same way that like RimWorld has. But I'll also be honest, I feel like Dwarf Fortress is just constantly running at the fastest speed it can do. So I don't know that actually speeding it up would do anything. Sometimes when RimWorld gets so crazy, you hit the speed up button and you're like, I think I'm losing ticks. Things look like they're moving faster, but I don't think they are. Thought the gigantic tortoise shell helmets were cool until an iron arrow went right through it. Yeah, shell armor doesn't do much. It's good to do shell armor really, really early when you first get your military squad up and running, because it ensures that they have armor on right away. You know, before you ever have a smelter, before you have like anvils or anything, you know. Because if you do that, then at least they're leveling up, you know, their armor skill. Armor user. I think it also weighs them down a little bit, so I think they get a little bit of muscle basically from it. There's a bunch of stuff up here. Like kinesthetic sense and stuff like that. That can be improved from... the best example of this is like you can take a bunch of screw pumps, attach them to nothing, and just make it that only your military dwarves are allowed to do pump work, and then cause them to manually pump. And if they just manually pump for like an entire year, they'll be huge and they will hit like Mack trucks. Highly recommend doing it. It's very funny. You give them a mace after you've put them on pump training for a while. Ooh, buddy. It doesn't matter if the other people are wearing armor. They just break their bones immediately underneath it. If I'm playing late game RimWorld on my laptop, the fast forward stops working. Yeah. Same. Absolute samesies. Just want to get rid of this little bit on the staircase. Well, is it working? Why are you asleep on the roof? I mean, I get like, no, disagree, man. Your dormitory has 10 empty beds. You do not need to sleep on the roof. This guy's hauling blocks. I think it's time I get rid of this bridge. So I'm going to be honest, I think it's messing up a lot of my pathing. Second question. Why is there still a barracks here? That's so funny. I had no idea I had guys still training on this rooftop. This is an archery range, but I could probably also just make it a barracks so that this was a little less crowded. Specifically because I don't have any archers. So I think I'm going to let that be the case. I mean, you know what? Actually, I'm going to test something else. No, I'm not. No. I was going to say, I wondered if I assign them to training in an archery range, but there's nobody doing archery, will they just go there and train like a regular barracks? But I think that highly unlikely. I gotta tell you, it's a little bit disappointing. Ever since opening this trap corridor, it feels like it's never being used. Things have been so calm in comparison to what they were like before. Get out some of our pulpers. We want to leave some of these behind. Just in case we need them. Boy, and I guess it makes sense for me to cage trap all of this as well. Wait, am I doing this right? Cage? No, I'm not. Like something's missing. Cage trap. We'll do another 5 of these for those. Until we have a lot more forging done, there's no point in really expanding this trap corridor anymore. But seeing as how good these have been against the undead, I think I'd happy to have them. Castle's Forge Iron Shield Oblivious. Man, this poor guy. He just can't figure it out. Is that him? Yeah, this is him. What's your religion? You believe in all these deities? I wonder. Like, could I make this a temple to Iton? Ginter, Stegeth. Iton must be here. Cogsack. Iton, the Coven of Brass. Oh, there's also the Coven of Pulleys. The Early Sect of Letters. The Ochre Cavern. Earth, Creation, and Craft. 1 worshippers. There's 2 worshippers in the Coven of Pulleys. 8 here. Shin. Iton, here you go. Birth, Creation, Crafts. I don't have to make it a specific church. I can just make it the Church of Iton. Is it nice? No, not really. It does count as a temple. Because it's got a bunch of gold walls. So it could be a lot worse. Let's make it some stuff. You know what? Let's make it some stuff out of wood. Because that's strange. I'm going to go wooden chair. I'm going to make... Ooh, I don't know. 10? Why not? And I'm going to go... Can I make a wooden statue? No. But I can make a gold statue. Just one should do. Yeah. Yeah. That feels right. Iton has been like one of the most long-standing people, one of our most long-standing gods. We do have a spot for them in the Temple of the Divines here, but giving them their own floor, 67 dwarves worship Iton, so to me, that's allowed. That makes sense. Y'all don't even have hats. You're wearing iron, but you don't have hats. Do we not have iron helms? We don't. Scandal. Add it to the damn queue. Okay. There's an insane amount of steel mail shirts and steel mail leggings. There's no excuse for these guys not to be equipped with them. I don't want to hear it. Update. Fix your outfits. I know they're available. Update. This guy has nothing. This guy's like, I got no interest in wearing any of the steel, even though I know there's a lot of it around. One day, man, one day they're going to remake the military. It's going to be so much better. I've been playing this game for 15 years. As far as I am aware, there has never been an update to the military system the entire time I've been playing. With the one addition being like, when they switched to Steam, they made it so you can no longer assign the type of crossbow bolts involved. Which was a bit of a step backwards. Because you used to be able to say like, okay, wooden bolts are only for training. I don't know that there's ever been a military update. I mean, you can attack things, which I guess is kind of it. Kind of a military update. The ability to do missions on the map is like a new thing. Working as intended. Just not the... It's funny because it's like not a priority, but it's also like, I can't think of a base I've had that's not defended by a military. And a sizable military. Like, a military is typically, like, at least a third of my fortress. I would have every single person in the military here. If I could. Geographer? Are you working here? Cool. I've never seen geographer as a scholar before. This guy's a mathematician. Can I make you a scholar? He's a hammer dwarf, which means he's working split shifts. Just when I said things were getting too boring. Here come the goblins. Anybody else good at things that I don't know about? Does not super look like it. I got all these novice observer dabbling mechanics. I don't know why everybody has dabbling in mechanics, but you're not really doing anything else, so why don't you go learn? The Scourge of Lambs wishes to parlay in order to avert a loss of life. Get out of here. I'm not interested. You'll never take me alive, Gabos. I'm really curious how this is gonna go. It's not that big of an army yet. Is there anything undead on the surface? Is my next question. There's a lot of undead below. Giant eagles, but they're wild. Wow, they might actually be in luck. Hey, the cave dragon is still alive. I thought so. My first line of defense is out to lunch. But I am excited because goblins should get pulped pretty bad by the hammer traps. So it will be a good test to see whether or not they actually, like, you know, do anything. Dead highwood trunk. Look at these massive trees. I keep forgetting, like, we're in a savage biome. Now that we have access to the surface, I could also just log. I suppose it is really dangerous, though, to send anybody to the surface, because Fiendish Mish could come by anytime. Slowest goblins ever. The goblins are attacking. I'm just going to go into labor real fast. Don't worry about it. They won't even be at the gate. We ain't going to panic. $60 orthoclast blocks. That's what I'm talking about. Don't worry, I promise I won't miss them getting gibbed. Or will I? No, they're there. Didn't feel anything after seeing the Wolverine's dead body. I will say one thing I really love about it is, like, you know, this guy's a brewer and a record keeper. This goblin had a life beforehand. This guy's a novice clothier and a blacksmith. Trying to make sure that all the armor fits all the other goblins okay. The fact that they all get so much personality is just such a joy. This guy values friendship. A goblin who values friendship. Never would I thought I'd see the day. She'd never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. Comfortable around others that are different from herself. Quick to form negative views about things. She occasionally overindulges. She thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things and is curious and eager to learn. She doesn't go out of her way to help others, but is pleased by her own appearance and talents. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She tends not to be swayed by emotional appeals. She's moved by art and natural beauty. Well, she is a really conflicted goblin. And she's troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. Oh, she is a very conflicted goblin. She's a friendly individual, and she's conflicted by this her nature since she would ideally sometimes prefer more strife in her life. We also just created a brown zircon bed. A gemstone bed. I didn't even know you could do that. She's a friendly individual, conflicted by that nature. She can sometimes act without deliberation, tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She is quick to anger, likes a little excitement now and then, and rarely feels discouraged. She is slow to trust in others and is getting used to tragedy. She's about to get used to tragedy, let me tell you that. Things are about to get real tragic for her. She thinks friendship is important and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. She dreams of attaining a rank in society. Well, this looks like a perfectly safe way to enter the fortress, gentlemen. Please follow me. We'll just head across this bridge that's in this tunnel for some reason. I can't imagine why. And then, yes, this looks like a nice clean corridor. We'll just make our way down and whoa! Was that, oh my, oh, these hammers are swinging wildly out at me. Oh my goodness, who's this? This is just a dwarf zombie who is just showing up and walking right past everybody. Like, yeah, you guys go nuts. Have fun. He actually blocked this goblin from hitting the trap. Who's this? The Baroness Consort of Dungeon Gross? Oh, they're just coming to visit. No problem. We'll just walk around all these guys in the cage traps. Don't mind us. We're just a couple of dwarves. Oh, you've been captured. Now you're going to get beaten. Beaten badly. This guy is trying to dodge out of the way of all the hammer traps, and he just keeps dodging into other hammer traps. Whew. Oh! Bonk, 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 bonk. This is the problem, is if they become unconscious on the trap, they just get rapid fire bonked. This dude's like, you know, everybody's dead. Where's the other squad? Where's the second backup squad? It's gonna feel bad when I kill that goblin. No, I'm not. It'll be okay. They're gonna get friendship. Friendship in the form of hammers. Uneasy dwelling upon seeing the dwarf Ignaz Cloutwork's dead body. Uneasy after seeing another dead body. Oh, after seeing it and then dwelling upon it. I love that the goblins come in and they're like, there's a lot of dead bodies around. What's going on? Like, there's dead dwarves everywhere. Why are there so many dead dwarves here if this is where dwarves live? Why are there dead wolverines and dead billy goats? Why are they just leaving the corpses wherever they are, mangled to a bloody pulp? What is this goblin? He's got like a different kind of hat. He's got a cap instead of a helm. That's why. Well, I'm sure nothing bad will happen to these goblins. This dude's got the right idea. This axeman, he fled and then was like, you know what? You guys go in first. He values cunning. I bet he does. Not inclined to create art. Low self-esteem. Poor guy. Don't worry. You can always go into the sciences. They're moving a lot more like, There's a lot of blood in this tunnel. What's going on in here? Why is there so much blood? Oh my god! Oh god! I got hit with so many hammers. Oh, okay. We'll be okay. I'm just gonna keep going this way, and then I'll just step right here. That's good. You guys are getting pummeled with hammers. Oh no! You've been mangled. That's one down. Don't worry. This guy will get out of the way. All right. We'll just keep. We'll keep walking. Oh my god! There's just so many hammers swinging behind me. My leg is broken. My guts are bruised. I can barely breathe. Hey, look, it's all of our friends, either dead on the ground, mangled with hammers, or in cages. Why don't we get close? Oh, hammers! Oh, hammers! Oh, there's hammers everywhere. I feel shaken after suffering a major injury, but I feel satisfied about improving my dodging. She is afraid after experiencing trauma. Horrified after seeing a goblin die, and now she is trapped in a box. Who is next? Oh. These dudes are out. They're going. The siege just lifted. They're like, get the hell out of here, guys. We gotta go. Now, here's a real question. Can I get anybody to pull this lever before they get out? Come on. Come on. Let me eat him. Oh, no shot. If they pulled the lever, that goblin would have just gotten, like, thrown into the ceiling and just pulped to a piece. Props to them for not giving up. Well, I mean, some of them. Seriously injured, seriously injured. Well, I guess the right thing to do now is that. I have to come up here and ensure that everyone is, in fact, dead and thrown into the volcano. Because any of these goblins who live, they should all be... It should be fine, because all of these hammer traps will only kill them by beating them to a pulp. But just in case, rather safe than sorry. I mean, I will say, they gave up, but they gave up after, like, eight of them died, I want to say. A surprising amount of them. And we got 4 in a trap. So they didn't even make it past the traps. That's good to know. There's a few people. There's a few people trading in my military complex. Just a couple. Don't mind them, he said. Is it busy in there? Sure. Can we put a few more goblins in there? Why not? Gosh darn it, why the heck not? That is the wrong place for these. Door. Door right. All right, well, we got 5 tombs. It's a start. 40 silver maces have been completed. I can't believe this worked great. This is a great idea. I still don't know if a caravan can make it, because our caravan has not shown up, which it normally does in August. Though the heavy scorpions are showing up, which sounds like a super badass name. Yes, of course. Of course. This band has a goblin, 2 goblin dancers. These guys are definitely a heavy metal band. Like lead. Or silver. Yo. There's a lot of you. I told my military to come up here and kill goblins, but they really seem to be taking their time. I imagine those goblins may have left the map by now. No, they're still trying to escape very slowly. This guy's good at gelding. And what we're going to do to him when we capture him. Walks away. He just crawls through a bigger pile of bodies. Oh, here they come. It's about damn time, dudes. My current fort, the cavern dwellers, are the hard counter to my defense system. Do you have like a lot of creepy crawlies? I mean, we built this defense system to kill zombies, and it just happens it also works pretty well against goblins. I don't know. Are we going to capture anybody? Oh, yeah. That guy didn't get far. Dang. His corpse is not mangled, so he's going to rise from the dead. So now it's just up to this guy. Accomplished Mace Dwarf. Throb Desismang. Just loaded with steel. The only thing he can't figure out how to do is wear steel leggings. But he is pretty beef. An iron shield, a silver mace. He chases down the last remaining goblin. Who is... He's running! He might make it. No, it doesn't look good for him. Crack, crack, crack. Oh, no, he says. You felt terrified while in conflict. No, you shouldn't. This is your job, buddy. I'm gonna be honest, you can just leave that corpse there. Y'all have done a great job. Everybody can go home. Interrupted by a giant sparrow corpse. Oh, that sounds correct. Yes, it does, actually. Oh no, all the giant sparrows are attacking. Too many of my dwarves are outside right now that I need. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You guys need to move in. Dwarven child has been found dead. Oh, no. You're in bad scene here. Your right foot is torn open. Mace Dwarf has entered a martial trance. Where are all my other dudes? The problem is that it's like, it's only really two guys here fighting them. They got one. They got another. I think they just killed a third. Here comes the backup. Yes. There's the rest of them. Legends. Absolute legends. Now, how fast do you think we can get this guy out of here? And also, this corpse needs to go. Seriously injured. Faint, bleeding, unconscious. This isn't a great sign. Some things never get old, like Dwarf Fortress or most of the newly born dwarf babies. It does feel like they never really grow up. But what's going to happen? They're going to grow up and become peasants? Like we need any more of those. Swimming in peasants. The trapper is fighting. The bookbinder is fighting. Okay, no, that's just... You were fighting birds. They're all dead. And now you're fine. And somebody is going to get this guy. Overexerted, faint, seriously injured, no longer bleeding. Would somebody please come save him? Recover wounded. Kremlo the Magnificent. Come on, Kremlo. Oh, you're so far away. He's gonna try. He's gonna give it his all. Flying zombies are the worst zombies. These giant sparrows are very common in this place. They've consistently been a bit of an issue for us. Okay, this guy is doing better. What worries me is like, you know what? That's mutilated. I was worried that like somebody was going to just come back to life here. Yeah, like one of the goblins or something. But it looks like not going to be that big an issue. Ooh, well, I'd take that crossbow. I'd take those bolts. I mean, some of this is good gear. Where are you guys going? Oh, you're grabbing all of this. The silver great axe. And all the stuff that he had on him. This corpse is not mangled. So it can come back alive. Oh my god, we're getting rumors. We haven't gotten... That's literally the first rumor we've gotten all game. Iron helms. Yes, please. I mean, hell, we might as well just take all this. Why not? I do love that we've managed to train everybody to walk single file amongst the traps. The other thing I was thinking about doing was actually smoothing this hallway. Because I thought maybe it would look just a little bit nicer. Seeing as it is our entranceway. You know, we got a little bit of like sand and stuff down here, so. Boy, I hope Kremlo comes and gets you soon. Is that Kremlo right there complaining? It is. There are not enough cages and chains. This is such an outrage. Oh. My first crime. We might actually have to build a jail. Maybe. And the thing is, if we build a jail, we got to get a hammerer, and we got to get a dungeon master. Yes, he is picking him up. Thank God, man. I'm so worried about that. I mean, there's a couple places we could easily build a jail. I mean, we could build a jail easily pretty much anywhere. The issue is just like, I don't have space for any. I don't have a room in my queues. My build queues are just blocked solid all of the time right now. Wooden chair 10. That was for the temple. I don't even really know what I'm doing here with this, but I'm gonna have some fun. Go tower cap, tower cap. Actually, let's do tower cap, tower cap, tower cap. Switch that one out. Do a little fancy design. Do a little black cap. A little black cap. And then we should have an altar here now. Tower cap altar. Perfect. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I built a golden statue of Iton. Nice. It's a pretty weak temple. I hate having a place that just like is half done, you know? He says with all of these guild halls. Don't look at these. just don't look down here. Well, you just need to not look, and then everything looks nice. I'm also seeing a bunch of yaks walking around my base, so let's do this. Should we put a goblin in display? Why not? I am curious, once we install these goblins, you used to be able to do a thing where you basically would just unforbid all of their items. You would like zone unforbid on the cage, and it would strip out all their equipment, and I'm curious if that is still the same case. I just tried it on this guy, so we'll see. Ooh, and dare I say there's probably a few orthoclast blocks to go around. God, the music of this game, the soundtrack, just so good. I still can't get over it. Every time any track plays, I'm just blown away. Just so peaceful, man. We're pretty close to being done the floors. However we decide to do them. Oh, we could build the jail underneath the tombs. Oh, I was gonna say we could build a jail underneath the tombs and then fill a hole with magma. And then if people misbehave in the jail, they just get yeeted into a pit of magma. I mean, I could very easily do that by just like tunneling right here. That's a very funny idea. It would also be a safe, if I dug it out and like pumped from here, I could make a safe magma pit. So I wouldn't have to worry about like fire snakes or magma crabs running up. But I gotta be honest, well, we've had this pit open the entire game, and not a single thing has crawled through it yet. So you never know. Nice. I'm also seeing now we got a bunch of mace lords and hammer lords. So our guys are finally hitting those legendary tiers. Legendary or Grandmaster. The Goblin Corpse is fighting. Uh-oh. Just kill it. You're really good at killing corpses. What squad are you in? The Geared Breaches. You're in full steel. You're scared of a goblin corpse. Get out of here, man. How do you ever expect to defend if that scares you? Okay, well, now I gotta do something, because if I don't, these guys are gonna get killed. Oh no! Oh no! This goblin's gonna get some blood on his hands. Okay, we got one hammer dwarf here. They're decent, but they are not wearing any armor. They're new to the squad. Oh, nice. Good work. That worried me pretty badly. All right, we are out of meat. We are out of fish. It is early winter. We got lots of plants, but everything else is hard up. All right. The floors are almost done. The tombs are coming along. The armory is expanding. Trade caravan should be here soon. It'll be a real question whether or not they actually do show up anymore, because the last one had some weird glitches. But It doesn't say like we're at war with them or anything. We did manage to get the guild halls going today. We got the tombs going today. And we did crack the surface, which was the big goal. Like, we are reclaiming the surface. Our final goals now are really to bury any dead that remain on the surface. And I just hope for a necromancer. The necromancer would be fun. It's not the end of the world, but I mean, we're pretty much at max pop right now. The only reason we're not a higher level city is because we don't have any caravans showing up to trade with. And you need to export goods in order to get the good stuff. That being said, if we do get a trade caravan, I'm probably just going to give them boxes of coins as a gift. Because what else am I doing with all these coins? Clearly not trading them. But alas, that's going to be all the time that we have for today. Thank you for joining me. It's been a fun day.